Hello, viewer. Welcome to the stream. I missed you. Welcome, viewer. I know somebody's gonna post before Stream Elements. They probably won't. Actually, they might. Stream Elements is taking a long ass time to post anything. Fuck! Alright, never mind. Oh. Alright, I shall endure. Hi, Arby. That's right, Todd. I'm a real lawyer. That's why I'm streaming under that tag. Ah, my fucking unruly bangs. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Jest. Hi, Model View Gary. Sorry, Bram? Oh, okay, I know what words you're talking about, actually. Here, I know that some of you might be disappointed that I wasn't wearing a lawyer outfit like I was yesterday. So I thought I could maybe meet you halfway. Hi, Beans. Hi, ZJ Mac. Hi, Bremy. Interesting gist. I'll watch out for it. Okay, let me reduce the price of that ahegao. One must admire 20 yards' dedication. By 427, 15,627. That's true, Ellen. All right, here we go. Now, believe it or not, am I holding this on the right side? I think I am. I actually do know how to tie a necktie. At no point in my youth did I learn how to tie a bow tie because those are way more complicated. Okay, the main tail of this is way too long. Hang on. Maddox, that would be a really, really good bit. Also, you're making me want to rewatch Witness for the prosecution. Alright. This is probably still no good. I think the main tail is still way too long here, but we shall see. I used to wear ties all the time because I think a lot of trans women went through a menswear phase in my teenage years. This specific tie, I don't think that I have worn. Ah, no, you know what? I underestimated it. Look how far the subtail is going. That's awful. I don't think I've worn this particular tie since my grandfather's funeral last year. I see, Bram. During which time you were obliged to tie ties, I assume? I feel like if you're running a school where the tie is a part of the uniform, you just give all the kids clip-ons instead of expecting like a whole class is a lot of kids for them to all have the dexterity and attention to detail to actually tie their fucking necktie. Well, just, I have good news for you. Women are not typically expected to wear them. Alright, that feels good. The length of the tails is not even remotely even, but seeing as you guys can't see the bottom of the tail, I don't think it matters at all. Yeah, just, listen, we all did things we regret during the big Doctor Who years, okay? We don't need to dwell on that. Are we rocking a half Windsor? I don't fucking know. This is the way I. This is like whenever one of my friends sees me tie my shoes, they always feel driven to mention to me that I tie my shoes the kid way. Like, I learned how to tie my shoes when I was in kindergarten. Like, I figured out a way to do it that caused my teacher and my parents to approve of it. And then I just never learned a new way. Apparently, there's some more advanced adult way that I was supposed to have learned how to tie my shoes at some point. I just never encountered that. Yes, I do the bunny ears. That's how you tie shoes. Everybody else, they do this thing where they hold one of the loops like this, and then they go like, rah, 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 they wrap something else around it. I just do the two big loops and thread them together. Ellen! Listen, people have, you know what's really bad though, and I do actually feel guilty about, is that when I was working at a grade school before the pandemic, a little kid came up to me and asked me to tie his shoes, and I was like, well, I don't want to just do it for you, but shall I explain, and we'll see if you can do it yourself. And I taught him to do it the way that I do, which I now know is not correct, so I do feel guilty about that. Model view, Gary, it's I don't know that it's worth getting into. I don't know. I could go downstairs and get my docs, and I could hold them up on one knee, and we could all watch. I zoom the camera way in. We could all watch me tie them together. But I don't think that's a necessary point of the stream. I don't know. Listen, all I know is I have been subject to mockery and to judgment by people I thought were my friends due to the way that I tied my shoes. So, good model view, Gary. Thank you, Maddox. Sometimes they do come untied. Like, if I'm doing a lot of walking, sometimes my shoes will come untied and I have to stoop to retie them. But I feel like that's normal. Otherwise, your shoes untied wouldn't be a prank. Model view, Gary. Clearly, you have less judgmental friends. They produce the same knot fundamentally, but one slightly faster. Then what the fuck is the issue, Ellen? If they produce the same knot in the end. You are guilty of this. Why was I subject to derision if they produce the same fucking knot? A tie is actually a strong look with this fit. I don't agree at all. There we go. At least now it's hanging at the same length as my necklaces. I don't know, should I go, hey, here, hang on. I'm gonna take off my headphones real quick. Scene kid core? That's awful, don't say that about me. Here, how's this? How are we feeling about this? This feels pretty bad to me. I'm not a fan. This fucking sucks. Are you kidding me? This is awful. I feel like the angry video game nerd. This is absolutely atrocious. I don't even know if I'm thinking of the right guy. Is he the guy who wears like just the loose tie over the t-shirt? No, angry video game nerd wears a collared shirt. Who am I thinking of? Who's the guy on Smiling Friends? Doug Walker. What's he called? Oh, he's the nostalgia critic. Excuse me. Okay, thank you, Ellen. Panic at the Disco ass. Thank you, Josh Areno. Thank you. Yeah, I apologize. I'm afraid that era of YouTubers was well before my time. Muppet Robot, speaking of drinking, I'm hoping that as this is a Monday night and I'm streaming later into the evening, my beautiful girlfriend will appear at some point to serve me alcohol. Alright, yeah, this is, you know, it's funny, I really don't wear a suit jacket or it. I'm sorry, I'm just a little overwhelmed because I don't think I've worn either of these since my grandfather's funeral last year. I don't have that many occasions on which to wear. This is my suit jacket from before I even started transitioning. Like, I wore this to my cousin's wedding 7 years ago. Thank you, Josh Reno. That's very kind of you. I redid my bangs before I went live because they were frustrating me. The stylist cut them at a weird length and orientation and distribution. It's been irritating me ever since I got this haircut. Maddox, 4 in hand. Kent, thank you so much for the $5 donation. That's very kind of you. So off to the lace top and go for Sewell and Mishki. Oh yeah, Bremy, here, let me just change. Yeah, I'll just change on stream. That's good. You know, this is almost a try-on haul if I was only putting on really, really unflattering clothing that didn't match with the outfit I was wearing to begin with. Muppet Robot, I don't know what you mean by that. Is that like the character from Chainsaw Man? Alright, hang on. I have to put the suit coat back. Alright, how have you guys been? Sorry, Ellen? What are you guys talking about? What's up? Why are you guys saying things like that? Alright. Nope, wrong side. Oh, fuck. Maddox. You know, it's funny you mentioned TJ Maxx, because if you're in the Discord, you may have noticed that I was checking the levels on the test custom goals earlier today, and I realized that the video game Shrek 2, oh, thanks, Bram. Fuck off, guys. The video game Shrek 2 for PC. I will not be Googling what year that came out. It was probably like 2004. Is now 2/3 funded, which is unfortunate, both because I don't know how many people are going to show up to watch me stream Shrek 2 for PC, but also because it's like murder to run. I'm going to have to run it in a virtual console so that it doesn't completely fuck with my display every time I click into or out of it. But the only reason I had it as a kid is because I did not have a real game console, and my mom would take me to TJ Maxx and then just keep me there for hours while she tried on clothes, which we all become our parents eventually, but so I would just fucking wander around, and they used to have these racks at TJ Maxx of like shitty fucking shovelware games for PC. And because we didn't have a console, all we had was a PC. It was like my mom's Dell PC that ran Windows XP. I would just, whatever, those few video games I had, I played on that. And it was the era of video games, thank you, Or Fishings, for the 16-month resub. It was the era of video games where, like, they would say, Shrek 2, the game, coming out on GameCube and Xbox and PlayStation and Game Boy Advance and PC, and it's all the same game, except obviously it's not all the same game. And the PC versions of those games were usually fucking shit compared to the console versions, I guess because they were aiming at a very broad market and they couldn't trust random kids to have like good PCs and be able to run things. Got Sonic and Knuckles on PC at that end cap, but at Staples. I see. It did, Maddox. It meant something bad. It meant that you were not getting the video game that you actually wanted. So yeah, this fucking Shrek 2 for PC, and it only exists because my mom took me to TJ Maxx. I also used to see that old Hobbit PC game there. I have no idea when the fuck that got made. It was not, like, its release was not coincidental with any Hobbit movie or other product. Like, it did not come out, certainly didn't come out at the same time as the Peter Jackson Hobbit movies, and it also didn't come out at the same time as the Rankin Bass Hobbit movie, which isn't that from like the 80s? Hobbit PC game. The Hobbit 2003, right. I used to fucking see that at these department stores, just on this rack with 1,000 other ancient games. Oh, good. Somebody on Reddit is looking to emulate it. Is there any digital game store where I can buy a version to run from my computer hard drive and not a disc? God, this song fucking whips ass. This is Matt Ongild's song from Phoenix Wright 2. You know, say what you will about the Phoenix Wright series, and it does feature a lot of extremely sexualized female character designs. Although honestly, I feel like I was talking about this with MK last night. I feel like the character designs in Apollo Justice are kind of insufficiently sexualized. I don't remember the third or fourth cases that clearly. So it's possible that there is some female character in one of those cases in a skin-tight little number with her tits out that just is not occurring to my thought, but I don't think there is, which is really shocking because, like, you know, Trucy is this game's Maya, and there needs to be space for her to just be cute or for Emma to just be pretty, but there's really no reason that Olga Orly and Alita Tiala couldn't have huge fucking yabos. I was thinking, like, especially in comparison to Phoenix Wright, the last game, Trials and Tribulations, like, there's not a single case without a woman with huge tits. You play as Mia in the first one. The second case is Adrian Andrews and Desiree Delight. The third case has Maya channeling Mia in a maid outfit, no less. Fourth case, you play as Mia again. Last case, I don't know, I think Pearl probably channels Mia, which I don't really like when that happens, but it is a woman with big tits. That being said, they do have some hot dudes in Phoenix Wright as well. I was thinking about Matt Ungild last night and this morning, and also Clavia Gavin, and also Godot, and also I actually came up this morning after I like turn on my computer as soon as I get up, and I go do some things, and then I come back up here again, and my lock screen scrolls through all my screenshots from all my different video games, and because I screenshotted the line so many fucking times when it showed up in the game, there's like a 30% chance that at any moment it's the Godot screen where he says, "Hey Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you." They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. God, I miss that fucking guy. That guy was really, really hot. I'm basically just doing the same voice I did for him for Adult Phoenix, except Adult Phoenix just has my usual speaking accent, and not the like Joel Last of Us accent I did for Jake Marshall. I really do get a chance to work out my range when I'm streaming Phoenix Wright, because I don't know. I think that my normal speaking tone is pretty deep. But my voice goes to fire up a lot deeper, as we all see when I get to stream Phoenix Wright. Miss Eldoon? No, I don't care for Guy Eldoon. They should bring back Jake Marshall. It's so crazy. I didn't realize this, that I didn't know until my most recent playthrough of Trials and Tribulations, when somebody linked like the localization blog for the games in my Discord, that they didn't make the final case of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the release in the US, Rise from the Ashes, which is like as long as the rest of the game put together. They didn't make that until after they had made all 3 original games. And then for the US DS release of the first game, they made that case. So all the characters in that case were actually designed after the ones from 3. So Jake Marshall from that case was designed as a Godot counterpart for the Faye sisters counterparts of Emma and Lana Skye, which makes a lot of sense because I'm horny for both of those men. No, Gist, I had no idea. I have no idea what TCM is, Muppet Robot. But I'm going to start, hi MK. MK and I talked a lot about Phoenix Wright character designs last night. There's this one fucking character from Ace Attorney Investigations, which I may or may not stream. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to play a game where you're a cop on stream. There's this one fucking character from that game that MK loves. I forget she exists because I haven't played the game since it first came out, but she is so completely MK's type, it's not even funny. MK fucking loves a character who looks like this. My God, with the business wear and the hair and the lips. She's like, oh wow, she even has e-girl freckles. There we go. MK, when MK and I watched Breaking Bad, she fucking went nuts over Lydia Rodart Quayle, and I think you could see the comparison. It's fine, MK. She's an attractive character. She just didn't stick with me because she wasn't the narcoleptic flight attendant with her tits out, who did stick with me. MK and I just have different, different interests. If you are in my Discord and you saw the screenshot I took of my Instagram Explore page, you'll understand. All right, I feel like you weren't sure if you should include Matt and God in the test bait characters. You absolutely fucking should, Brevi. That heel turn is so perfect because he's just like a charming pretty boy. Man, I'm so stupid. Dude, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes one Kurita. And then he fucking slicks his hair back and he has a horrifying facial scar and he's like cruel and sadistic. I think that guy gets included under the test bait characters. I don't know what to say. They either had enough women or homosexual gays on that game development team that they were able to put some real hot guys in these games. Clavier Gavin is such a fucking joy. I don't know. So apparently I mentioned this in the Discord. Somebody said that they didn't remember that. Am I misremembering that Clavier Gavin's first interaction with you is to say, wow, you're so cute. I've never felt this way about a boy before. Am I imagining that? Didn't he do that? I fucking love that guy. All right, Phoenix Wright. Oh, I don't even have to clap my hands and get you to appear. You're just here. That's not what he said. I could have sworn that's what he said, Todd. Wow, 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 wow. I can't believe you guys were looking at my ass when I went up to go to the closet. Jesus Christ. I'm frankly mortified by the prospect that somebody might be watching this stream because they were attracted to me. That's inconceivable. I'm gonna be like, who was that streamer who fired her editor because he was jerking off to her? I'm gonna be like that. I'm gonna fire all of you. Oh god. My speaker almost just went flying off my desk. Man, this cord gets tangled easy. Whee! There we go. Was that Pokey? Okay. So here's the thing. This is... Okay, here's the thing. I don't know if I should say this. I think it's fine. If it reveals anything about me, it's not anything too problematic, I hope. I cannot tell the difference between Pokimane and Nicolol. I know that they're different women. When I see a photo of one of them, if it's not captioned with the username, I do not know which one of them they are. I'm MK, this is what people say. I'm actually playing this from my iTunes it's not even on the game. I just don't see or look at them often. One of them is the OK Boomer Girl old Mako. Do not ask me which of them it is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I don't know what it would reveal about me, that I can't tell cis women apart. Like, it's not a thing. Like, nobody's gonna cancel me for that, right? It's probably fine. Sarah's Hawk, I wonder why. I wonder in what contexts I see posts about her. Hi, Garrulus. Oh, wait, what is Bremy saying about the magic panties? Was there a conversation happening before I confessed this? Oh, wait, yeah, Bremy did say something about it. Bremy saith, I forgot to post the panties localization stuff in the Discord. Basically, the localization team was split and wanted to just call them magic pants to avoid the gross stuff. Well, tough titties. All right, let me diminish the volume of this really good classic Phoenix Wright song. And let's play this really loud, grating, not classic Phoenix Wright song instead. That could make sense, MK. I feel like I have a really clear image of Bill Murray because I used to be into a guy who kinned him, but... Oh. That's just good data structures is what that is. That's a red flag, Orfishings. Also, Bill Murray is in all those Anderson, not Louis Anderson, who's the actor, Wes Anderson movies. This, he's in, Bill Murray's in all those Louis Anderson, shut up, Helen. Bill Murray's in all those Louis Anderson movies. Then Janet Sue advocated for panties because she wanted to maintain the discomfort of thinking that it's panties and then relief that it's just a stage prop. I see. Mr. Wright's not here today?
He said his old foot injury was acting up.
Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday.
Yes, he smiled when he said we'd be fine, as long as you're there, Trucy.
Yes, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes justice! I started my voice training at 5 this morning.
Ooh, do some now. I want to see. Here.
Huh? Oh, okay. My name is Apollo Justice and I'm fine!
That sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training.
This is someone who is not Apollo, presumably. Is this Walkie? I'm fine, I'm fine. You know what I'm saying, I think would seem to indicate that this is Walkie. Yeah, it's Walkie. Good morning.
Yo, sup? Hit me with the guilty verdict, G.
That is terrible. I feel like I picked the perfect voice for this asshole with his bad fake emotics.
See if I care. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying?
Not really.
Lucky, don't be running your mouth like that in here.
See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real till they spend some hard time with the pen.
You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fear is realized. Trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. You think they lead a little far into the kid looking like a fox? Arby, it's fine. June 16th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Oh, why, look who's across the court from me. Oh my god, I've been looking forward to voicing this guy in court for so long, dude. You know, he plays air guitar.
Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie Kataki.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ready to rock and roll, Herr Judge.
Ah, it's him, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor?
It's Mr. Gavin's brother. What the fuck is up?
Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking a leave of absence?
To know that little band I started in my free time, thing is we got real popular. Hard to say 9 to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? Fucking asshole.
I see. To be honest, I was a little concerned. I feared that you might still be distraught over that one trial.
Not to worry, Herr Judge. I wouldn't miss this day in court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my poor sir? Hi, baby. Yay, delicious treats. Thank you. I love you. It was worth canceling a show or two.
Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court.
Before that, I was thinking, is the Elsa's courtroom not a bit serious?
It is a court of law.
That's no way to get the crowd jumping, Herr Judge.
They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom.
Achtung, baby! Today we play it my way. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get on up in order to get down. To prosecuting. I can't believe I was worried that this guy's voice was going to be indistinguishable from his brother's. This is crazy. The victim, Pal Miractus, director of the Miractus Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand.
What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand?
Yes, I believe you will only find that out by asking the defendant right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you are to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see.
Very well. Please admit this witness to the court.
Fuck yes, dude! Nein, not yet. First, there's a little matter to be cleaned up. Could you talk without the accompaniment? I swear I could see the guitar for a second.
What is it, Prosecutor Gavin?
Wild stallions! The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Miractus Clinic? Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh, but what if the defendant specifically requests to do so, as he did this morning? I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said.
What? Homies?
What is right? They always say that on stage you should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds
Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly?
I'm fucking spitting all over my screen here.
Well, this is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime.
I am already in need of some water. Oh my god, Clavier is gonna be the death of me, dude.
So, you, son, are the defendant. Walkie, are you?
I ain't your son, old man. You step to a Kataki, you best be prepared to step strong.
You step to a public official, you'd best be prepared to step into jail.
You gotta hand it to him, Walkie sure has guts.
It's not his guts I'm worried about.
Well then, the court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive.
Very droll, MK.
From the defendant himself.
It's not really witnessed, whatever. Walkie Kataki's truth.
I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my app something bad. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get another doctor, patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night, know what I'm saying?
You didn't go to his pad, you went to the fucking park.
You're saying you were one of the victim's patients?
A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping the real on the street. True that. I tell you one thing, that doc was whack. Wiggity whack. I might go so far as to say.
Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination.
Bremy, that's a good question. He exists as a distinct character in my mind, but maybe it's just because Phoenix is basically recast in this. I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all this. Boom, boom. I like to think Ace Attorney helped prevent kids from joining the Yakuza by making them seem so annoying. I think the Yakuza are hereditary organizations. I don't think you join them exactly. Be a proper cute pastel cat boy. Yeah, he and Phoenix start dating. I think that I'm probably just supposed to present the autopsy report that indicates that he died in the park and not at his clinic or house. You went to his pad? Did you have an appointment to meet with the victim? In the park, perhaps?
You out of your mind? Who makes the appointment to get the drop on someone? I came ready to fight my way into that clinic of his. Shortest way to the clinic from my place is through that park, know what I'm saying?
He's right. That does seem to be the shortest path.
There I was, cold walking through the park, when he comes popping up out of nowhere right before my eyes. I figured someone up on high was looking out for me, know what I'm saying?
This sounds bad right from the get-go.
Well, there won't be any gecko if we don't get some more information.
Right, first gather the facts. Time enough for despair later. I didn't remember any of the evidence I have even remotely. Bloomers. Victim died pulling the noodle stand. Walkie's knife with his fingerprints on it. Single bullet to the right temple. Oh yeah! How did you kill him, Walkie? Because you don't have a gun, do you? Damn, I think I gotta press all this. Huh. Yeah, that's probably what they mean by gather the facts. First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor.
Who asked you, Pointy Locks? Just who do you think you are?
Your lawyer?
Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple. Someone had to show him what's what.
By someone, you mean? Is there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor? Besides you, I mean.
You better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? I made up my own mind and did what had to be done, straight gangsta style.
But why were you so mad at this doctor?
Yo, sit back at this while I drop it, J-Man.
J-Man is pretty good. So, you were a patient at the Maractus Clinic half a year ago? For what reason?
I had what you might call a mark of honor.
Can you explain precisely what was wrong?
We had a little run-in with the Rivales family.
Gee, I wonder how they chose the name for that family.
That's when I pulled a jack move.
Oh my god.
And ran into an ambush. G busted a cap right in me.
Hey, he says busted a cap. Amber made fun of me because I used the phrase busted cap when we were watching Breaking Bad. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time, by yourself.
Hey, I was more than a match for those guys, which is why I got shot and killed.
So you were carried to the Maractus Clinic from there?
Apparently, he was shot in the heart.
Shot in the heart? He's still alive? I can catch bullets between my teeth, but I never learned how to catch them with my heart. The bullet snapped just short of my thumper, you know what I'm saying? I would have been golden if it weren't for that whack doc. Can't even take out a stupid bullet.
So, as you say, the surgery was a failure.
That ain't all of it, Holmes. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye!
What do you mean he just let you go without a word?
What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what.
I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad.
It sounds as though Herr Doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he lets the defendant go.
He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me.
Wouldn't that be good? Fuck you. So this bullet is still...
You know it. I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressed up against my heart.
Your words are like a bullet shot straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of my hit singles.
Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice.
Word, J-Man. We're no accident. That's faux shizzle.
It is for shizzle.
Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor.
Walkie, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that.
Chin up, Apollo. Back straight.
But why does this mistake only come to light that day?
It was found during the family health checkup. Family checkup?
That was the wackest thing of all. All us G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy.
Did anybody ever say bizoy? A relief to hear.
What's a relief?
Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you.
What?
Yes, Herr Dr. Maractus had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life.
Oh wait, that's whacked!
There's proof. Your checkup report. Walkie's checkup report added to the court record. How ironic that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. You're almost as careless as he was. Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started.
Started?
We've had enough of a warm-up act, yeah? Time to hear from the witness.
Walkie sure is quiet all of a sudden.
I'm a little uneasy myself. Is Gavin's strategy to be really gay and annoying the entire trial? I know, I did not forget about this guy, but he is funny. So, you will tell us your name and occupation.
My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take it that you refer to...
Oh no.
Under which definition I must confess to being unemployed, however, must acknowledge the meaning of identity, which is commonly attached to this notion of occupation. Once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not gestalt per se, but derives instead from the vagueness inherent in all representations of thought.
I got like a lot of that. By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Wow, this is the same college that Phoenix Wright went to. What a crazy coincidence. It's almost like we didn't want to come up with a second name for a college.
Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, holding my...
Herr Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today.
Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw the night of the crime.
He is one of my fellow homosexual friends.
You ask quite a... Oh, God. Understand that Homo sapiens possess two eyes. This is designed to receive and interpret data, sending images in the form of signals.
I don't... The issue is that no human being in real life actually talks like this. It's like a stereotypical way for a intellectual or academic character to speak in a work of media. Nobody actually acts like this.
That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping, when I saw them. One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clear.
Fuck off, Greg. Fuck off, you guys.
I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant.
Oh, shit, Jesus.
In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead.
Thank you, Stalin.
Was there anyone else in the park at that time?
I can say with 100% accuracy that there was not.
The pistol our witness refers to is this.
The court accept this into evidence.
Pistol added to the court record. Weapon left at the crime scene. 2 rounds were fired. Fingerprints were wiped.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. Don't forget to check the evidence. There's always at least something.
Whoa, don't point that thing at me! Don't worry, I can handle myself around guns. Magic guns, at least. The ones that pigeons come out of.
Very reassuring. Yes, Your Honor. Trucy, why are you staring like that at the witness?
That man. I can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before.
Alright. Hit the man from the front, square in the forehead. Autopsy report, single bullet to the right temple. Whew. That's all of it. I think I have a chance. Is that you relaxing, I see, Herr Justice?
Objection!
Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice.
Apollo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet. Right. Look at this.
The autopsy report? Is there a problem with the autopsy report?
Right, a problem. Problem.
Yes, the problem is the location of the entry wound.
The location?
RB, I would say that at the very least, Apollo is stupider than Phoenix. If you need a way to distinguish their characters. You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not?
I've already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I mean not of geometrical absolute. What do I mean by this? For example, the deflection of a meter is a lot of numbers, the wavelength of the light emitted by a krypton particle, as we all know. In addition, it is well-known fact that krypton particles are rare and invisible to the naked eye, which points to a basic fallacy in your line of reasoning, namely that...
Mr. Justice?
Yes?
Was your objection to these, krypton particle things?
This is big time, and you are obsessed with something so small, you disappoint me. No, I'm obsessed with something big! I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here.
Do tell.
Just look at the autopsy report. Location of the entry wound was the right temple.
temple.
Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction. Isn't it? Wow, look at his back sprite. It is, right? Finally.
Objection!
Herr Justice. Oh, Herr Justice. Yes?
Your tactics are outdated, trying to shake the witness by objecting to trifles. Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago.
I'm pretty sure that Phoenix Wright was disbarred for introducing forged evidence, not for erroneously objecting.
Phoenix Wright, was it?
Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to this testimony.
No!
Wow, he kind of looked like Lilienthal in that shot. Hey, Herr Forehead.
Forehead?
Let us imagine you are walking through the park. You see 2 men facing each other, one with a pistol trained on the other. What would you do, Herr Forehead?
Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout, "Stop!"
And you, Fräulein?
Me? Well, I'd probably scream, "Eek!"
And you, Herr Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder?
If the victim turned his head at the last moment, boom.
Very good, Bram.
Ah, yes, thank you for joking my memory.
It sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required.
As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. "Cease this at once, you two!" I cried, with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out, whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene.
I see. So you attempted to stop the crime.
Indeed, with composure.
Well, maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if he hadn't shouted like that.
That doesn't really matter now, unfortunately.
Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram, if you would. The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it, stood here. He shouted, why didn't you say hair that time? Why did you say hair Stickler every previous time? Why are you saying Mr. now? He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. What? If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple, as in the report.
Very droll, Bram.
That does seem to be the case.
Witness the power of a junior in Ivy University's Department of Science.
Why is he already dressed for graduation if he's only a junior?
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may cross-examine the witness.
Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene, huh? You didn't try to apprehend the criminal?
It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time.
Doesn't something about that strike you as odd, Apollo?
What?
The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away.
According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes.
In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find.
Find something? Find what?
I liked that contradiction. Kind of sad to see it go.
Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now?
At least the testimony is getting a little clearer.
She's right. Maybe I can find something to use in this new testimony. Maybe I can play the video game. I mean, we found the knife at the scene thrown into the ground. What should we have found at the crime scene that we didn't? I mean, it said that the weapon was found at the crime scene. Okay, that's Walkie's medical records. Yes, they found the gun wiped. I'm just gonna have to press everything, I think. I'm coming up blank. So you saw a raised pistol. Were you frightened?
It can be said we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my innocence of justice compelled me to take action.
That was certainly brave of you. You might have gotten a shot.
Eh?
You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind.
Oh! He actually looks like he had no idea he was in danger.
Regardless, I shall attempt to halt the bloodshed.
That's probably what it was, some call me Stalin. But you guys aren't supposed to tell me the answers. Bad, 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 bad. I would totally have killed you. You know my older brother's killed somebody. Objection! Why did I take a bite of food? How am I supposed to eat during this? I need to talk the entire time. Wait a second.
Another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you.
More friends! More allies!
That's right, Persephone. This is one of Renala's kids. Come again?
Wait a second, you'll say, a second. Are we intended to wait just that, a single second, 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes, 35 seconds...
Mr. Justice,
Yes, Your Honor?
am I to understand that you are objecting to the length of a second?
Yes, I mean, no. Here, just look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it.
Ah, common ploy made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints.
Wait, but you said the killer tossed the gun and ran.
That's right. He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints.
Cool animation. Ah, the little girl sticking it to the university student. There's a song in there. Ignore him.
I'm not little.
So let's think like adults, shall we, Fräulein?
Huh?
What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves?
Gotta admit, I didn't think of that, Apollo.
Well, Mr. Justice?
Could the killer have been wearing gloves? No way! The record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some trace of prints remained, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened... okay, I was gonna say because he dropped the knife and the knife had prints on it, but whatever. None of my business. If everything happened as you say it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol. You know who this guy is like? Is Jimmy Neutron with his fucking sodium chloride. Actually, dude, this is table salt, which in addition to sodium chloride includes additives like iodine. That's right, 5.
That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled.
Hmm.
And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of.
That sounds solid to me. Well, Herr Forehead, any of your precious objections?
What gives, Apollo? Let's see that voice training go to work.
You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say.
What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said?
Isn't what obvious?
Hi, Gummy Bear. When he restated what he saw just now, he said he saw Waki drop a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure of what Waki threw away.
You're right! Don't enter that menu right now.
He's just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Poor Mr. Stickler. It must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong.
Well, it can be said that I'm quite offended. While it is indeed true that once in my youth I wrote a love letter in my own blood that was seized by the teacher and posted on the blackboard for all to see, and for this the appellation poor might well be prefixed to my name, yet as for the issue...
What we can say for...
That's terrifying. He wrote a love letter. You fucking wrote a love letter in blood.
What we can say for certain is that the witness saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this?
Well, if what he threw wasn't a pistol,
then it had to be something else. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking.
Oh, wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin! God, I want to fuck you so bad!
Perhaps you can inform the court as to the nature of this something else. What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene? Is that a sword?
I wanted to check how big the age gap is between Apollo and Gavin. Clavier. Clavier is probably pretty young, because the lawyers start super young in this world. Yeah, he's 24, and Apollo's 22. Star prosecutor, lead in a gold record-selling band, and Mr. Gavin's younger brother. It's funny, the other Mr. Gavin isn't in the court record.
I saw one of those on the late-night movie last night.
Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it.
His prints?
A single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. MK said she looked it up off stream, because we were discussing him. Because I said, everybody's so young in Apollo Justice, in Phoenix Wright in general, I wouldn't be surprised if Apollo was literally 18.
Indeed.
Oh, Herr Foreheads, you're forgetting two other things you've just proven. Huh? One, that the man's witness saw us as defendant, Mr. Walkie-Talkie. Two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Oh!
Indeed.
Ugh, never underestimate a Gavin is the lesson here.
This court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please.
It is always the same with your people. Mark left the house on foot, and 5 minutes later, his brother left after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up for him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming. Yes, that's what I said, assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are assuming that my assumption is no better.
What this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired.
The judge is looking really competent in this one.
I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else.
I guess so, Brad. Why didn't you chase the killer?
He was, as you'll say, a killer. Of course, I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that.
Aren't quadratic equations like basic algebra? Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And we not also now know that there was no one else at the scene? It seems clear that we have our killer. Does it not?
Does it not, Mrs. Justice? Mr. Justice?
I'd better find a way to take this testimony down quick. Bram, I used to know it. I used to recite it after I hit my head to demonstrate that I wasn't experiencing memory loss. There's a 2AC. I believe the entire thing is over 2AC. Also, Gummy Bear Ollie, thank you for the follow. I don't think I ever said that. Oh, right. I initially thought this said just putting it on makes me feel pretty. This is way too self-assured. There's gotta be a weakness somewhere in this testimony. You know what's crazy is that there's a whole ass character in this case that hasn't even shown up yet. I'm pretty sure he's in this case. Hold it! LOL or fishings. Which way did the killer run?
By that time, it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran in the opposite direction.
That would mean he ran in the opposite direction from the Kitaki mansion. Achtung! Don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was look back once he was out of sight. Ugh, how did he know that's where I was going? Oh no, I'm sorry, Gummy. Hold it! You were certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing.
If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood. nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one's flask upon the lab room floor.
Oh, cool answer. Very cool. So nothing strange about how he acted. Trucy looks like she has something to say, but isn't for some reason. Oh, that's because I need to use my spidey sense for this part, don't I? Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance?
It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, a perfect syllogism. A proof in 3 parts. Exquisite. Simply exquisite.
Simply delicious.
He actually looks like he's going to cry. Can you tell us in detail about those 10 minutes?
I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction.
Sorry. I'm all snotty today. Is that all?
No one came. Nothing happened at all. I saw it, which is to say, I seen it.
It was late at night. It's not odd to think there would be few people around in the park.
When I was in college in New York City, I used to go for walks in the waterside parks in Manhattan at like 3 a.m. and then the cops would find me and kick me out. What am I doing eating right now? So we just stood there watching? Not much to go on there. Trucy, if you've got something to say, by all means say it. If I was in college with Stickler, I would have killed him with hammers, I tell you what. Ugh, I can't find a single problem with that testimony. Had enough at last, Hair Forehead? I forgot he called him Hair Forehead. It's pretty mean. Maybe it's time to back off a bit? The defense still has some questions that demand answers, Your Honor.
Your opinion, Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh, let him play attorney until he's satisfied, I say. I will amuse myself by composing my next smash hit in my head.
Very well, you may continue with the cross-examination.
Okay, I actually don't have anything to say here at all. Okay. Some of us have glamorous careers we'd like to get back to this month's Hair Forehead. They don't have enough to put Walkie away yet. Should I back off for now? I feel like I have to back off for now, but I'll save just in case. I feel like this is going to be a case where Apollo's like, yeah, I'll back off, and then Trucy is like, no, Apollo, don't back off. Do this one specific thing. Ugh. Yeah, there's nothing fishy about that testimony at all.
It appears there are no objections to the witness's current testimony.
There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves, which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was sawing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. No! No! I don't like his weird, like, Cubert mouth when he goes,
It seems we've come to the end of the line here.
No, it can't be all. How unfortunate. It seems that you weren't cut out to stand on the same stage as me. There you Hair Forehead.
I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant, Walkie Kataki. You will?
Trucy?
Nobody move! What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
There'll be no verdict in this court, not yet.
Wait, are you one of the Katakis?
The Katakis? You mean the notorious gangsters?
You're the fucking defendant in the case, dude. Do you not recognize? All right.
If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a new smile, do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes.
What? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of...
Herr Judge,
I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman.
Recess 20 minutes, or I promise you'll regret it.
Wait! How'd he disappear so fast?
War fishing's not here.
Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo.
I suppose I've no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man.
To be continued. I can't wait to learn who this mysterious man is. That was a pretty short first act of that trial. June 16th, 11:17 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
Trucy! Trucy!
You move quick, Apollo. Good share.
Oh no, it's her.
Trucy, you're okay! I thought... Don't cry, Apollo!
Ugh, those good-for-nothing gangsters! There's some things you just don't do! I'm pressing charges!
Wait, just calm down, Apollo.
Or else.
Ah, what the heck is that? Surprised? This is one of my best tricks. The amazing Mr. Hat.
You look marvelous, darling.
He's a big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar.
Yes, I am a big hit.
Well, what do you think? Do you like it?
You mean you... Trucy! There's some things you just don't do! I'm pressing charges!
Apollo, now is not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's being threatened here.
Trucy, that's a felony!
Remember what you said to Walkie's father yesterday? You promised you'd save his son.
But that testimony was rock solid! What are you suggesting I do?
Look, once the judge declares a verdict, it's all over. If I can use my talent to stop that from happening, I will.
This fucking Wright family is so unscrupulous.
Trucy, no more staged abductions, please.
I'm not talking about magic, Apollo. I know when the witness isn't confident. I can perceive what he's feeling. It might not mean anything, but it's all we've got.
You can see what he's feeling?
Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times when there was a contradiction in his testimony. All the times.
All the times there was a contradiction? Yeah, actually, I don't remember them exactly.
Good thing I do. There were 2 times when he made statements he wasn't confident in, and each time there's a contradiction.
In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene.
He said the man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure, and sure enough, there was a contradiction.
Well, that's true, but how does that help us?
Didn't you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit.
In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand.
Did you see it? The very moment he said the word pistol, he twiddled the page in between his fingers like this. His fingers got all tense, and he fiddled with a corner of a page in his book.
How am I supposed to see that?
Well, I could see it. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker?
What?
I always sat next to Daddy during big matches. I could see what his opponents were feeling.
Bremy, the sprite zooms way in when you do the habit perception thing. We haven't really properly seen it yet. We had like a little demo version of it in the first case with Olga O'Reilly when it zoomed in on her hand on her neck. But the way that it works is the sprite zooms way, 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 way in. It's like a huge version of the sprite, and you move the screen up and down their entire sprite looking for the little portion that's moving.
You mean that's how Mr. Wright won all those games?
It's not cheating officially. I wasn't looking at their hands or anything. And I wasn't there all the time either. Daddy's quite good at poker after all, but not good enough to go undefeated that long.
Great, so he cheated. But what does that do for us?
I don't believe this. You have to listen to his testimony one more time. No, scratch that. You have to watch his testimony. Perceive the truth.
Watch a testimony? Perceive the truth? The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm going to lose.
Not true. Daddy said so. He said you have the power, Apollo.
Mr. Wright said that? Watch the testimony. Perceive his true feelings. Is she serious? Perceive is a terrible word to pick for this mechanic.
Time's up. Sorry, I can't think of any other ways out of this one, Apollo.
Is that she said before the trial started? Mr. Wright's not here today?
He said his old foot injury was acting up. Yes, he smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy.
Is that what he meant by us being fine? Well, methods aside, she did avoid one guilty verdict already today. Time to show this court what I'm made of! Get ready for justice! Let's do it.
Apollo.
You know, I'm starting to think I can do this.
I knew you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to cover for Mr. Hat as best you can.
I just flew in from the coast, and boy, are my arms tired.
Right. MK, welcome to Apollo Justice.
They got real silly with it in this one. June 16th, 11:40 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session.
Right, we're fine.
I'd like to say to the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice,
Oh, you mean me?
don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom in the silk top hat?
Ah, right, him. Don't worry about him. I settled that.
You settled that?
Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement, right.
Perhaps Fräulein would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right?
I think he's on to me.
I wish you would stop being so cruel. God.
Let us dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter.
What are your plans?
Oh, what are your plans for a gifted witness?
Right. The defense would like to request another cross-examination. Because I forgot to ask something.
There was no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant you your request, however, but this court will not permit stalling for time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Don't forget, Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book.
Witness testimony.
Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else.
I'm not sure I'm qualified to watch testimonies after all.
Focus, Apollo. Find his weak spot.
Focus. If only it were that easy. My ears hear what he says, my eyes see his expression. Do I have to do something more? Is there like a button I could press on the touchscreen, maybe? What other senses do I have? What's this? My bracelet. My gay little bracelet. What's going on? My bracelet feels different somehow.
I think Daddy was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony.
I know this sounds crazy. My bracelet is trying to tell me something.
Boom, boom.
Okay, so what do we press on this statement? I still don't have the button for it. On the DS screen, there's a little button with his bracelet on it, like an icon on the bottom screen.
The police undoubtedly have a record of the call. Why not check with them?
Wait, Apollo.
That was like a hybrid of Apollo and Trucy's voices.
Wait, Apollo. This has to be it.
Wait, you mean his habit?
Don't forget, Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, his habit of playing with his book. We're really hitting this note hard.
The only time he even had his book open was here. Which means this is the place to look for this habit. I don't know how I know, but I know.
Know what?
It's my bracelet. It's different somehow. I can feel it reacting to something about the witness.
Your bracelet? You mean in that icon at the top of the screen?
I'm not sure I get this focus stuff you were talking about, Trucy. But I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Okay, I just need to touch my bracelet with Y as it reacts to the testimony. What's going on? I can see the witness's face, his expression so clearly. It's filling my mind. I'm having a gay awakening. I can see nothing else, hear nothing else.
Apollo?
Trucy, what's happening to me?
This is what I meant by focusing.
Focusing.
In this state, you can see everything, Apollo. Everything the witness does.
That's great, but this is kind of freaking me out.
Just look for Mr. Stickler's twitch, his habit. You remember it, right?
Sure, when he says something he's not sure of, he fiddles with a page of his book.
You got it. Right now, you're looking at the witness's face. Try to use the stick to move what part of the witness you're looking at. And your eyes are sort of bugging out.
I'll bet they are.
First, move your focus of attention down to Mr. Stickler's hand.
His hand?
You know what to look for now, but you have to be looking at the right place.
She's right. I can only see his face like this. Time to try changing my viewpoint.
That's true, MK. Perfect. Now you're really ready.
Ready for what?
Ready to perceive the truth behind the twitch.
Perceive. Psycho Mantis.
Try listening to the witness talk as you focus. Then watch for his habit.
Right. You mean when he fiddles with the page?
That's right. That's your signal to look closer. Closer, to perceive with why. Find his weak spot and I guarantee we'll be able to give him the royal flush.
Spoken like a true pokerhead's daughter.
I'm a magician, thank you very much.
I have to pay attention to his words and his fingers.
Don't worry if you miss it. You can always try again.
Right. Look out, nervous twitch. Here comes justice.
No kidding, Orfishings. Yes, he's doing the thing with his fingers. I can see it.
Gotcha!
That's the new thing that they say in this one.
Ellipsis. I saw it. Just now, I could see it.
Mr. Justice, do you have something to say?
All this banging of desks. It's quite bad for my circulation, you know.
I don't know if Clavier's done it yet, but he has an animation where he punches the wall behind him, and it looks really, really sick.
Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book just now? Don't you know that's a felony? The very moment you mentioned your cell phone.
What are you talking about?
That's a Yes, Herr Justice. I am also wondering what it is that you're talking about.
I'm curious now about this cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? Mr. Stickler, please show me your cell phone.
Why? Whatever for?
Show me and you'll find out.
Well, I can't. I don't have it, all said.
You don't have it?
Mr. Stickler, is this your cell phone?
Meow! Where did you get that?
That's the phone from yesterday.
Look, a cell phone.
Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. Oh, hey, when did Phoenix get hit by the car? I don't know if we have that yet.
I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. How strange, Mr. Stickler.
The time, Bram, not the day.
Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment?
Wait a minute, what is the meaning of this?
This cell phone was found yesterday in the Maractus Clinic garage.
The Maractus? Why, that's where the victim lived.
He lived at his clinic?
Yeah, that's impossible.
Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court, didn't you? If your cell phone is here, how could you have called the police?
Wayuk?
Me. It's true. I didn't have my cell phone that night. That is why it can be said that I called the police from a public payphone.
A payphone? So you didn't call on your cell phone after all?
Just where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler?
Well, to indicate it with a startling high degree of accuracy, it was right around here.
That's quite a ways from the park. But why did you lie?
There can be only one reason. He didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone. Because it was found in the victim's garage.
What are you saying?
Mr. Stickler, you broke into the Maractus Clinic garage on the night of the murder. The cell phone tells all.
But that's ridiculous. That makes it sound like I snuck into this fellow's garage to commit some crime. As though I were trying to kill him.
Well, Dr. Maractus was killed that night.
Hang on, let me pump the music. Fucking, my chair always rotates to the right when I do this. Alright, that's enough. Fuck, what am I doing? I didn't mean to look at this right now.
Well, yes, but no. This line of reasoning has to be against the rules. Yes, it's true I lost my cell phone, but you can't prove that I lost it that night.
And Maractus backwards is Sitkarem. Well, Mr. Justice, that's true, Stream Elements. Thank you. I actually have not mentioned this yet today, but MK told me to raise money for a new CPU, so that's what I'm trying to do. I'd be very grateful if you guys could donate to help support me, because I don't have any money except for that which I make from this stream.
If that cell phone was dropped at the night of the murder...
Oh yeah, Bram, we haven't mentioned it yet. Did you guys notice the pun in this name? Pal Maractus? Oh shit, I skipped that. Now's your chance, Apollo. Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime. Oh, he's already connected enough. I just have to prove it. Well, do I have a piece of evidence that can do the job? Can I prove the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder? Yeah, actually. Of course I have evidence. Oh, I like your swagger, Herr Forehead. Hit it.
The court will see this evidence, Mr. Justice. Hit it, as they say.
The evidence that proves the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder is...
Take that!
That's a side view mirror.
As it so happens, Dr. Maractus's car was in an accident that took place the night of the murder. They do a pretty good job disguising that, because he's not like Maractus without a primary vowel. He is Maractus, and it kind of just looks enough like a Greek name. They don't say Pal Maractus that often. They usually just say Maractus on its own.
An accident?
An accident. It happened a little after 9 p.m. just outside People Park, our murder scene. Dr. Maractus's car hit a pedestrian.
What are you trying to say?
From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked there after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder.
I'm me?
Kringus, thank you so much for the $10 donation. If your cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in that garage, then it would have been crushed. After all, it was lying on the ground right under the wheel. No! Ergo, Mr. Stickler, the only time you could have dropped this in that garage was after 9 p.m. the night of the murder in the park. Mr. Stickler, you know what this means? You did break into the victim's garage that night.
This is most unexpected. Mr. Justice, are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Pal Maractus?
No, stop. This is too much. This can't be happening. Prosecutor, say something.
No, fuck you. I'm not going to do anything. I suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley Stickler and Pal Maractus. That is, other than this.
I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know that face. That's the face of guilt. I'm so good at perceiving habits. Witness testimony.
That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back. And when I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime.
I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene.
That's right, MK.
Yes, but your cell phone was lying in a garage.
Yes, well, as you can see, my model of cell phone has a defect. It is given to rolling. It's quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know.
Looks like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please.
That's funny. My bracelet didn't react at all during that testimony. His nervous habit must not be acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually. Looks like you're on your own this time around. Right, no problem. I hope. Here comes justice! Careless. Oh yeah, it was me. I shot Maractus. Killer, the victim, the stand, all clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. Did you? Hold it! Very good, Fred.
Stop asking me the same questions over and over. This isn't some kind of makeup test.
What's a makeup test, Apollo? Nothing a good student like you has to worry about. We're all overachievers here at the Right Talent Agency. Time to find his weak spot and press it till he breaks. Fuck you. His habit isn't acting up, which means he isn't lying. I was kind of relying on my bracelet to get me through this one. But he's pretty unsettled. The odds are really high that you can get something out of him. That gleam in your eyes. You're a gambler's daughter through and through. I'm a magician, thank you very much. So you went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder taking place.
Well, yes, of course.
Incidentally, the prosecution has received no report of this domestic detail. Mr. Stickler, can you explain yourself?
No, I mean, yes, I did go shopping, really. I walked around the supermarket trying out the free samples. It's a deeply spiritual time for me.
I'm sure the store clerks would disagree.
You think sampling free food counts as a religion? When's the last time you saw a free sample in a supermarket? I feel like that was a pre-2008 phenomenon.
In any case, that night, I sampled to my heart's content. It was on my way back home, yes.
That's when you passed in front of the Maractus clinic?
Why, yes, that's correct.
There was a pretty suspicious pause there. Mr. Stickler, do you think you could be a bit more specific? Please show us the exact route you took on the night of the murder.
Of course.
Very good, Craigness.
The supermarket is here along the main road. My way home from there takes me past the Maractus clinic. This is probably where I dropped my cell phone. Yet where was I? I walked on, unaware of my loss. And walked right into that fateful park.
That is an issue. That means that he said that the witness ran away from him when he saw the shooting. But that would mean the witness ran in the opposite direction from where he said earlier. Which entrance did you enter the park from?
Well, to be exact, one might say that I went in from the entrance closest to the Maractus clinic.
The same entrance our victim used.
Did you notice anything when you entered? Wheel marks from a noodle stand, for instance?
I have no recollection of such a thing, no. Yet, though I might have missed tracks, I could not miss what happened next.
Am I wrong? Do I have the... No, I'm right. Earlier he said he ran in the opposite direction from me, and that was away from the Kataki mansion. But now if the killer ran away from... What's this guy's name? Stickler. He would have been running towards the Kataki mansion.
I am a keen observer of the obvious, you might say.
This part of the testimony is the key. I know it. Should I press him about the killer, the victim, or the noodle stand? I don't see what relevance the noodle stand could conceivably have. Oh, is this gonna be about what entrance? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Do you happen to remember the noodle stand? Quite well, yes. For a student of the sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything. I could even read the sign. I believe it said, noodle. Yes, that was it.
For remembering something quite well, it sure took you a while to tell us. And thank you for telling us that a noodle stand sells noodles. Very enlightening. Well, Mr. Justice?
What about that sign? That be important? Very important. So the sign on the noodle stand said noodle. It appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony.
Do we have a photo of the crime scene? We don't, huh?
Is this noodle stand's broth really that delicious? I'll have to go sample the wares one of these days. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well.
Whatever sort of noodles that stand says, it can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some apply to the school merely for a taste of our smart noodles.
I wouldn't mind a taste of that myself. So do I just present the stand then? Because I don't have a photo of the crime scene. For whatever fucking reason.
And you're absolutely sure the sign read noodle? Why, just last week, my professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler, I'll give you that. It read, without a doubt, noodle. I see. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes? Let's take a look at our map, shall we?
Sorry, there's a lot of good songs in this game. So, you're claiming that when you saw the sign, you were standing here, was it? Although it would have been a bit hard to read the sign from this spot.
You think so?
Mr. Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand, and to carefully read what the sign says. See, the sign actually states the name of the stand's owner. Eldunes.
Inconceivable. I'm certain it was definitely noodle for sure. Positive.
I'm afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight.
I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said noodle, and he saw it right. What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign would be read the way Mr. Stickler claims?
What?
Mr. Justice, show us this spot.
Up here, I guess.
The witness was standing here, on the opposite side. Look at this high-res 3D model of the noodle stand we made.
How do you know that?
When viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads Eldunes, as we know. However, observe the other side of the stand.
Oh, this side says a noodle.
Exactly. The name of the stand is split between the front and back signs. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south.
You got me.
So what?
So what?
What does it matter if you saw the killing from the north or the south side? It makes no difference at all.
He's right. Travel far enough to the south and you will end up going north. Viewed on a global scale, directions are utterly without meaning.
Actually, maybe he's right. What does it change? It changes everything, Apollo. Trucy? Remember his testimony from before? Right, because the guy would have been shot in the other temple. Though to be honest, I'm a little scared of where this is leading. Oh my god. Extrude. The killer and the victim are facing each other here. Then, at the moment the killer raises his weapon, Mr. Stickler shouts. At which point, the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol.
That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right?
Right, but if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, that reverses the whole scenario.
Completely. If Mr. Stickler shouts from where he is now, and the victim looks in his direction...
The little triangle for the nose is really fun.
The bullet would have to hit his left temple. In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible.
That's right.
So now that we know that Mr. Stickler...
What? Trucy's just running this fucking trial.
Now that we know that Mr. Stickler was standing on the northern side, the wound location takes on an entirely different meaning.
Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Fräulein.
What meaning?
The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, correct? Well, the right side of the victim's head is north.
North? Ah! But that's where the witness Wesley Stickler was standing.
Correct. So if he was standing to the north, then the only person here who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself. Ew!
I hate that everybody has face detail in the wide shots now.
Order, order, order.
Wow, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. She's flipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out. I'm so fucking stupid. Would you believe I went to law school?
Objection!
Fuck yes!
Clarify one point for me, if you would, Herr Forehead.
What now?
Are you truly accusing this college student of murder?
Well, I can't say he exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I just can't picture him as the real killer.
No, please, looks aside. I'm really a nice guy. All my friends say so.
Let's hear what the defense has to say.
What are you gonna do now, Justice? Should I really accuse Mr. Stickler? I don't think Wesley Stickler is a killer. He's not innocent either. His unusual silence tells me that much. Mr. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Tell us why now.
The word confession isn't in my dictionary. Herr Forehead, I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Herr Stickler's silence.
Mr. Justice, you did say you were accusing the witness just now for a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all ears.
Yeah, I know he's guilty of something. What crime other than murder is there? Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some other crime?
Your evidence? The court's all eyes, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that points to the witness's involvement in a crime.
Take that!
The evidence is this!
What? Is that women's underwear?
Hey, those are mine!
Don't look at me like that!
Order, order, order! Mr. Stickler, while I can't say this comes as a shock,
It's not what it seems! By Pythagoras' theorem? What?
Gee, I wonder what that was translating.
On the night of the murder, just past 9 p.m., a young girl catches a panty snatcher red-handed. Bravely, she gives chase, but the snatcher flees and hides himself in no other place than the Maractus Clinic garage.
aha!
Incidentally, these panties were found in the exhaust pipe of the car there. Presumably, he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime.
Thank you, Stalin. I will have a treat. Here, I'm gonna have a whole ass bite of this grilled cheese. Yeah, or fishings, but I wonder what portmanteau or pun or misspelling that is translating from Japanese. Ellen, it's a ridiculous game.
Ergo, while you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of panty snatching in the first degree. Please, hear me out. It's not what it looks like.
Order! 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 Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed.
It's not what it seems.
He's exactly like the slime scholars from Bloodborne. I've been thinking that this entire time.
So, are we to understand that you were silent not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit your theft of this girl's undergarments?
Perhaps you are not aware that my school's name was originally written IV. I stands for intelligent, V stands for valiant, see?
Your point?
I'm not done. Now, I'm a major in the science department. And what does science teach if not curiosity? Yes, we of the IVU science department are valiantly curious. No challenge is too daunting, and what a greater challenge to science than a mystery.
Come on, you're talking about a girl's panties here.
No, you do not understand. A mystery is the unknown, and the unknown is unacceptable. And, my friends, when it comes to mysteries, these panties are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate. For science. A full-sized car tire was only the first mystery those panties revealed.
A tire?
Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire out of those panties. But that's not all. First, there was the tire, then a stew pot, and a frozen chicken. One mystery after another. It was magic.
Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar. Huh? He's talking about my magic panties trick. Walking. Rhode Island sounded as.
I just don't understand. A broom from a pair of panties? It mocks the very laws of physics.
A broom and a frozen chicken, Trucy? Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits?
Mr. Stickler, you stole this girl's panties to understand a magic trick.
You'll say panties, but they are so much more than that. For me, they are an object for serious study.
I wonder. Yeah, Orfishings took care of that one for me. There's been a recent rush of panty snatchings in the area. Were they all you?
I am sorry, but I did it for science. Each time I spied a pair of panties flapping in the breeze, I thought, maybe this would be the pair that will elucidate the mystery. Even that night as she chased me through the streets, I shed tears of joy. Perhaps this is the night that I will see the truth that lies behind those panties. Yet where was I? For once again, the lacy hot pattern truth slipped from my fingers. You asshole video game, I have to read this out loud.
Still, that leaves one thing unexplained.
Ah, you refer to our witness's other lie, yes? The witness claimed he saw the crime from the south, but was in fact in the north.
Indeed. Would anyone care to explain why he lied about that?
Be my guest, Herr Forehead.
Me?
Did I not hear you correctly? Did you not say you do not accuse the witness of murder? Why then did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Or have you no idea?
Apollo, there's something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. When you think about it, right near where Mr. Stickler was standing, isn't there a...
Well, Mr. Justice, what say you? Do you have any evidence to show why the witness lied about his location?
The other pair of panties, obviously.
The evidence that shows why he lied is this.
What? More panties?
How many panties are you carrying in your pocket, Herr Forehead?
These are the last, honest! These were found in a trash can at the park. Looking at the diagram, we can see that the trash can was right next to where the witness stood.
Mr. Stickler, you didn't...
Alas, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of panties.
Wow, Plum's 42? She does not really look it. Wears an apron, don't ask. Also, she's 12 years younger than her husband. Good for him.
So, these panties are your handiwork as well?
That night I had been chased, hounded into the miraculous clinic garage.
Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Don't you see how I felt?
Believe me, I'd rather not.
I hid in the garage for a short while. Then, abandoning the panties, I made for home. To avoid the office where the girl works, I went towards the south entrance, where I saw them hanging there on a clothesline by a giant mansion. A giant pair of panties.
Apparently he didn't know those bloomers belonged to the mob.
I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home, when I stumbled upon a murder.
The murder of Dr. Maractus.
I reported what I had seen, but as I waited for the police to arrive, I got scared. What if they searched me?
That's when you disposed of the bloomers?
Yes, it was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be done.
A fascinating, if disturbing, tale. I believe this brings today's proceedings to a close, and I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness for the remainder of the trial.
One last thing, if I might. Mix a wish, I wish tonight. Regardless of where we ended today, some vital points were made. Namely, that the defendant, Walkie Kitaki, was at the scene of the crime, and that he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing. Walkie Kitaki has a clear motive.
Indeed, the defendant Waki Kataki is still the prime suspect in this case. The only suspect, in fact, assuming there was no one else at the scene at the time. Yet a mystery remains. The location of the wound in the victim's right temple has yet to be explained. The court requests further examination from both the defense and prosecution.
Yeah, baby. Fuck off. No problem.
Very well, this brings the trial for the day to a close. Court is adjourned.
Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. What are you talking about, Garrulus? What the fuck are you talking about? Is Walkie... Isn't Walkie her son? It's not the fourth in line, it's the fourth boss since the family was founded. Namely Winfred. You are incorrect, Garrulus. Objection. What a train wreck that was. Glad we made it out of that trial alive.
Really? I had fun. And Walkie made it through the day too.
Everyone was too obsessed with panties to bother with a real case.
But it was good publicity. Imagine the crowd at my show tonight. You should come, Polly.
Yeah.
The amazing Mr. Hat will be making an appearance.
Hi, folks. I'll be here all week.
You did misunderstand, Garrulus. That's about enough of him. Hello? I'm sorry, did you get my fiancé absolved? Or were you just fucking talking about panties all day? Thank you for today. The trial went well. Oh, right, no problem. Do you think Walkie will be okay? Well, he's not guilty, yet. Please, you have to help him. We're supposed to get married next month. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, way to put the pressure on a guy. Please let me know if there's anything I could do to help. Are you sure about marrying into the Kitaki family? More like, are you sure about marrying that fucking dude specifically? I'm fine with that, and I love Walkie with all my heart.
Aw, that's so sweet.
So it doesn't bother you that you'll be, married to the mob?
I don't think so. My parents are against it, of course.
Say, where did you and Walkie first meet anyway?
Good question. Miss Tiala doesn't look like the type to have gangster connections.
Oh, we met at my old job, actually.
Ah, office romance.
She's not very forthcoming with information about herself, is she?
Did you know that the boss is trying to get out of the business?
Really? Mr. Kitaki wants to quit being a gangster?
He's trying to transfer his assets into a normal company. He only announced it recently out of the blue. I hear there's quite a lot of confusion in the ranks.
Wonder if this explains that apron. I can't imagine Waki going along with that.
He's highly motivated, isn't he?
That's not the word I would have used.
He said, I'll be the next big boss and keep the family alive. I think he's at that age when boys want to make a mark on the world.
That's not the way I would have put it.
His father moves in a lot of circles. He's really focused on profits. The Kataki family's been making a killing recently.
Again, not the way I would have put it.
But Waki says it's not about the money. They have the gangster tradition to uphold.
Ooh, a generation gap. They've even got the ever-classic, what about the family business thing going?
Usually it's the father worried about tradition. Can I ask you a question about Waki? I understand he was operated on by the victim, Dr. Maractus.
Apparently, yes.
I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my app something bad. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in and get another doc to patch me up again.
Yes, it sounded horrible. Waki has always been fond of fighting, I'm afraid.
I'm not sure it qualifies as fighting when pistols are involved.
Mr. Gavin was saying his life might be in danger, wasn't he?
No, that can't be right. I'm sure he was just trying to scare us.
It's scary to think that a surgeon might make a mistake. But it's even scarier when he tries to hide it.
I'd like to know a little more about this operation. Maybe it's time to pay the Maractus Clinic a visit.
I should be getting home now. Waki's in your hands, Mr. Justice.
Right! Leave it to me! Apollo, I think you're only making her more nervous.
Sorry, I'm new at this, okay?
Teehee, it's all right. I believe in you.
There we go. I have to move the mic closer to me when I'm doing Alita Tiala's voice, because part of doing that voice is that I speak more quietly. I don't know why I'm here when Phoenix isn't here. I don't know why the fuck they would even let me in. Where is Phoenix? If he's not at the hospital. Let me guess, Waki's not available? June 16th, Detention Center Visitors Room.
Looks like Waki's out for questioning.
I really need to talk to him. I really need to talk to my client, even once before I start this case. I really need to talk to him. Guess we'll come back later.
Excuse me.
Yes?
The other suspect is all through with questioning, sir.
The other... Ah, you mean the panty snatcher.
Wesley Stickler. So they arrested him too? Alright, let's have a little chat with Mr. Stickler. Hope I don't regret this.
He is a valuable witness.
He's a bit precious, I'll give him that. The fuck is that supposed to mean?
Please keep this brief if you would. I'm quite busy. I need to finish this paper. Yeah, it's you!
Yeah, Kringus, I picked up on that as well. Mr. Stickler, we'd like to have a few words with you.
Very well, as long as they're few.
Nothing would make me happier, believe me. Let's talk about the many panties you stole.
That's it! The mystery! The unanswerable riddle!
Actually, they're just a normal pair of panties.
What? How is that possible?
It just takes practice, that's all.
Then you must teach me. You must! To think if I could produce a pencil, an eraser, a textbook, and a lunch, all from a pair of panties, my life would be complete.
He's serious, isn't he? What the fuck is this song? I see, it's like a remix of the detention center theme from earlier games, I think. Fine, ignore my evidence, see if I care. I wonder what he's thinking. On second thought, let's not go there. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder, you stole...
Wait, I can't help but feel that I'm being misunderstood.
How exactly?
God damn it, every time I drink water. It's like the third time I've choked today. Yes, that night I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. However, it was my burning curiosity that drove me to it. Nothing more.
You wanted to know the trick to my panties, right?
Your hair too? Oh, great Trucy, teach me. Eh? I must know the secret of your panties. My very existence hangs in the balance. Please make me your apprentice.
Apollo, help. I don't know. I think he'd make a great lovely assistant.
Was he calling him a fruit?
Don't say that, Apollo. This guy looks really gay. Also, he's a heterosexual pervert. I don't see a contradiction between these two thoughts.
All right.
Could you relate what you saw the night of the murder to us one more time?
Why not? Though it hardly differs from the testimony I gave in court. The defendant was there in the park that night. Of this I'm quite certain. He was pointing a pistol, or something like that, at the victim. That's when I shouted, "Stop, you two! Let's resolve this like gentlemen." In the next moment, a shot was fired.
And this is all true? Really?
My panties are gone, my innermost heart revealed. What further reason could I possibly have to lie?
I can't think of anything he'd want to hide more than panty snatching, true. It sounds like Waki was at the scene of the crime after all. Oh, I wish it weren't so.
It's a shame I don't actually get to talk to my client ever. June 16th, Eldoon's house. Oh hey, it's look who it is. Hey, it's Mr. Eldoon! Oh, Mr. Eldoon! Fuck, I'm not clicked in. Oh, also, Robbie's still on the screen. What's wrong?
So you found my stand. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Ah,
But now it's a crime scene and they won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I got no other place to go.
I see.
How can a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get, Trucidal. Even in death, he's after my neck, I tell you. Can't even cook an honest noodle.
He? Even in death? You mean the victim, Dr. Maractus?
I tell you, it's enough to drive a man to make his soup even saltier.
Remind me to never eat his noodles when he's in a bad mood.
That stand, for generations it served up the very best noodles us Eldoons could make. A tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand, it's history, I tell you.
Watch what you say or it might become true. That's a great story, Mr. Eldoon. A single stand passed down from generation to generation.
Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it.
That's right. You said something about that. About you rebelling against your pops, was it?
Good memory, Trucidal. I was a go-getter back in my day. Until my friend next door butted in. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune.
Mr. Eldoon, I don't mean to pry, but what exactly did you do before you became a chef?
Let old Noodles alive, that's what I say.
I'm starting to get an idea of what he did anyway.
He stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. And now I don't even have that.
Mr. Eldoon, if I might ask, what exactly happened between you and the Maractus Clinic?
Eh?
I couldn't help but sense enmity there.
Is it really enmity and not enmity? I've been saying enmity my entire life. This is anemone all over again.
Enmity. I hate him. Hate it. Him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in the mud.
Excuse me?
He's the only doctor at that clinic, you know. Pretty impressive, eh? I'll tell you the secret to his success. The mob.
You mean the Kitaki family?
They're always having one of them turf wars or whatnot. Always an injury or two that needs fixing. Maractus saw a chance for some business, so we started giving the Kitaki family a good deal.
A deal?
Every fifth operation for free. He stole the idea from my pops. One free bowl of noodles a week, he used to say.
Can a doctor just decide to do that? What about the insurance companies? It's like Saul Goodman. 2 commit 2 felonies, get the third 50% off.
Oh, no doubt it's illegal, but it got him in good with the family. Pretty soon he was getting all the business in town, leaving me here in the dark, up to my neck in soupy noodles.
I think I figured out Mr. Eldoon's former occupation.
Can't hurt to ask, Apollo. Yeah, it makes sense that Eldoon used to be a doctor before he ran a noodle stand. I mean, most doctors do fail in the first 16 months. Running a restaurant is much more stable.
Mr. Eldoon, or should I say, Dr. Eldoon.
Figured it out, did you? That's right, I was a doctor, a surgeon, until the year before last.
So, Mr. Maractus was your rival?
You like those onions they put in the soup broth?
Yeah, kind of.
You take a spoon, you drink some broth, those onions will find their way in there. For people who like them, why, that's just fine. For people who hate them, I hate onions. Hate them. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Well, that's what he was, an onion. Onion boy, that's what I called him.
So, you weren't exactly friends?
Ha! Me and pal Maractus. Ever since preschool, we were getting in each other's face. No matter what I did, sure enough, he'd come following along. Then he'd do it better than me. Just blow right past without so much as a howdy.
I see.
That's right. I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. Then that no-good onion boy comes along.
Well, Trucy, looks like we found ourselves a new suspect.
Don't say that!
Thanks to him, I was forced to trade in my scalpel for a ladle. Sorry, pal. Didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings.
How old is he? 30. 46.
By way of apology, you ever get yourself in a spot of trouble, you drop by.
Huh?
You're investigating Maractus, aren't you?
Yes?
Well, you want to know about a doctor, you ask a doctor. That's all I'm saying. You just think of me if you need something, Trucidal.
Right, thanks, Mr. Eldoon.
I guess the time spent listening to him complain wasn't entirely wasted. I don't know if I have anything meaningful to present to him.
Right, Bren. Nobody's ever looking for surgeons. Actually, yeah, can I ask you about the 2 medical reports that I have?
Sorry, sonny boy. My interest is for my stand and precious little else. Get cracking on that case. Give me back my stand, I'm begging you. That's right, sonny. When are you bringing my stand home? I'm ready. Can't you see I'm ready?
I guess.
Until that stand is back home, the case is not closed. You hear me?
I think I'll avoid talking about his stand in the future.
Okay, he actually won't talk about Walkie's medical records, even though it seemed like the perfect thing to talk about him with.
Well, we've got to check out the clinic, that's for sure. Yeah, but what about the guard?
No harm in asking. Excuse me.
Hey, it's you two from yesterday.
It's the same officer that was standing out by the park yesterday.
Your business is over with the park, isn't it? The clinic's off limits. It's not involved.
But...
What part of off limits do you not understand? Show me proof that the clinic is connected to the incident in the park, or beat it.
No harm in asking. No gain, either. No point in sticking around here, I guess.
Okay, so I'll keep an eye out for any evidence that connects the clinic to the park, I guess. It seems a little, I don't know, nitpicky. I mean, it's the place of business and apparently home address of the victim. There you go, Bram. Thanks, some call me Stalin. I have no idea what kind of voice I was doing. I gave him the most generic voice I conceivably could because he's a faceless off-screen character. June 16th, Kentucky Mansion. Unlike this lady.
Yipes, she's back.
Hey, you two, over here.
Us? Yo, little plum, what's up?
I think all this gangsterese is a negative influence on Trucy.
I heard you retrieved my plumas.
Well, I was just doing...
Bah, a man speaks clearly and takes credit where it's due. You caught the thief, didn't you?
Yes, sorry, I caught him.
You're cute when you're nervous, Polly.
Aw, guys, let's all start shipping them.
I'll deal with you later.
But enough about bloomers. What about my son, Walkie?
Walkie, well,
That's I don't know what he said. I don't know what was clear.
Clearly.
yes, ma'am. This is why I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back here. Here, you can have your underwear back. About these.
Hey, my bloomers. Thanks for that. I owe you one.
I thought you might like them back, so.
Oh, no. Why don't you keep them as a souvenir?
Oh no, I really couldn't.
I could use those in my Magic Panties act. I'll pull shivs and pieces and godfathers out of them. Ellen, no, it's a much smaller age gap. Apollo is only 22.
Great, now your props are going from bland to dangerous.
He's really everything you'd expect in a boss's son.
I'm gonna be a gangster, dude. Life does have an appeal at that age, particularly for boys.
What? Don't look at me like that.
He was shot in a turf war about half a year ago,
Yeah, we heard the story from Walkie.
but he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone.
What?
He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know. I'm his mom.
Her words do have a certain weight to them.
Hopefully, when this is all taken care of, he and the boss can sort out their differences.
Boss? You mean Walkie's father? They didn't seem to be on the best terms, did they?
Our-beat, I think, 'cause he's a pussy.
It's true. One of our pistols is missing.
So the murder weapon was from this mansion. We kind of figured, given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days, in America.
None of the rank and file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Walkie could have taken it.
I see.
I'm sure the cops will continue tromping all over the mansion because of this case. Maybe this is a sign that it's time for a change.
She doesn't seem too concerned, at least.
Yeah, Walkie's fiancée.
They're getting married next month, correct?
I suppose. She's been staying over lately.
You don't look too happy about that little plum.
How'd you guess?
Even I could tell that. Could you tell us more about her?
Walkie brought her home one day. Says he wants to tie the knot.
I can see why. She's so pretty.
Oh, she's pretty enough. But you know... Nah, it's probably just me being suspicious. Stay in this business too long, and you start to only see the darkness in people. You get a nose for it. A nose for people. A nose for trouble.
I wonder what the problem is.
It's like a gangster's only version of female intuition. I think we say feminine intuition.
The boss may act tough, but that boy means the world to him.
Walkie seems, well, it seems like he's against his father's position.
It's to be expected. We're in a bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties to the shadier side of the street and do more on the up and up. Walkie isn't too enthusiastic about the change, it's true.
But why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills?
It pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is.
I see. Something must be up.
He'll see things the way the boss sees them, someday.
I wonder why they would need a lot of money.
Sorry, kid. I got no idea what you're talking about.
So this pistol belongs to the Kataki family. Is that correct?
It's one of the pieces we keep around. That is, we used to keep around. They're all gone now.
Oh?
Police came yesterday and took everything. Everything but my broom.
Don't you think you should have given them that too?
You kidding? Can't clean up very well without a broom.
Okay, I think we got all the dialogue from her. Ellen! Everybody respond with the uncouth emote to Ellen. Oh shit, there's nothing here. What's with the box on top of the stand that has a leak on it but says salt? Oh my god! Look at the menu! Just said something about this, I didn't notice it. Hang on. Oh, fuck. I hate how there's no audio if there's no character on the screen. There's not even any ambient audio. Weren't there like bird chirps and stuff, at least in Phoenix, right? Ramen, 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 rice ball. That's a good bit. Stalin. Alright, well, I got nothing now. Oh, am I actually... Can I find a connection with the Maractus Clinic here? Blue plastic tarps cover the ground around the stand. They were apparently put here to preserve the crime scene. A mannequin put in place of the body. I think I've seen him by the police station. The way he's forced to look at the ground now, day in and day out. It's kind of sad. Knife is sticking straight into the ground. Remember what Wesley Stickler said in the trial today? Walkie was very likely pointing this at the victim. Like he wanted to kill him. Yeah, that's the problem. Poor Mr. Eldoon. His stand's been standing here since this whole thing started.
It almost looks at home here in the park now. I think it should be made into a playhouse for children.
I think its owner would disagree. Okay, where the fuck do you want me to go, video game? I haven't talked to Teresa yet.
If everything that Panty Snatcher said was true, it doesn't put Walkie in a very good position, does it?
Was at the scene of the crime, that's pretty clear. There's gotta be a different angle on this.
Well, let's get investigating. No time like the present.
So, any leads?
One moment. Shazam! Alakazam!
Whoa, evidence keeps flying out of nowhere!
Ta-da! That's all. Neat, huh?
Yeah, real neat. Excellent, Brent. Okay, detention center has changed. June 16th, detention center visitors room. Yeah, I was hoping to meet with my client.
Walkie Kataki's just finished questioning. I'll bring him out.
Great, finally. Yo, sup, my little imposter? What did you call me? You're pretty sussy, I noticed in court today. Damn, it's you! Sorry, G, thought you were a leader.
You call Alita your little imposter?
My little imposter sure is a strange nickname. It's...
Fuck you.
It's a clink thing. You wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I meant poster. Like poster girl, If you're gonna drop part of that, why not drop poster and just call her girl? Cause she's so much more than that, G. She's like an angel, a fallen angel. So, what can I do you for? You don't look so chipper today, Walkie.
Worried about your heart condition, maybe.
That was the wackest thing of all. All us G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy.
A relief to hear.
Eh? What's a relief?
Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you.
Man, I ain't trying to hear that. A man fights to protect what's valuable to him, you know what I'm saying? I miss my fallen angel. Hey, you go get a leader for me. You're my lawyer, aren't you?
Why wouldn't he say ain't? Lawyer, not gopher. So, I hear you're to be married next month.
Straight up, we poured the nuptial 40 out on the stoop.
Alita! Oh, Snapple cakes.
The shit that they are making me read. She's so fine? What the fuck is that? What is that phoneme supposed to be?
I think he's smitten with her in his own weird way. I was wondering, how did you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague.
Well, man, if she wouldn't tell you, I'd best hold my tongue, you feel me? What?
Fine, Ellen? I can't tell how he's supposed to be talking. Most of the time it sounds like he's doing a black accent, which obviously I'm not gonna do.
Man, what's past is past. She knows that. When I'm with Alita, I feel like there's things worth protected out there, you feel me? And my Alita, she's down with that all the way.
So both of them are mum about their past.
Fine. Fine, I guess?
Do you think you could tell us what happened with you and Palmeractus?
There's something you should know. We Katakis are having what you might call a feud with the Rivales family. No, they did not spend a very long time thinking about a name for our rival family. So about 6 months back, I go into Rivales' turf packing a knife, right?
And you were shot?
Coldest thing I ever seen. One shot to the heart, but my homies weren't too late. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kataki family, you know that?
So you were taken to the Maractus clinic then?
You should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. You can't just let the boss's son die, you know?
I'd hate to have been in that doctor's shoes. Mr. Kataki's scary enough when he's not angry. But the bullet that hit you, it was never removed? And it's still threatening his life.
That doctor, he did it on purpose. The Rivales paid him off, I'm sure of it.
I need to hear more about the night of the murder, that much is clear.
Yes, some call me Stalin. Or maybe they had a less wondrous wonder that got downgraded, that got ousted after Waki got shot.
Life in the family is a G thing. It's about being a man. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is.
But my old man, he's gone soft. He says the old rival gang days are over. He just wants to make money.
Isn't that a good thing?
Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better to live fast than die young. Faux shizzle. Wait till I run the yard. Then everyone will know what time it is. That's right. OG time all the time. Represent.
Apollo, why does he keep talking about old guys? I don't think that's what OG means, Trucy.
A family member saw a saint in a piece of tofu. What do you think about Trucy's panties?
Yeah, whatever.
He seems preoccupied. I'm not sure he even looked at my evidence.
Alita, man. Alita. Wow, how embarrassing. I'd never be smitten like that.
Yeah, whatever. I don't even want to talk about my fatal heart condition.
About these weapons, the pistol and the knife.
They belong to the family. I snuck them out that night.
So the killer Mr. Stickler says he saw that night was...
I guess it was me. I was there after all.
Yeah, we're finished. Yo, Waki, do you think you could tell us exactly what happened that night?
You don't beat around the bush, do you? I like your style, shorty.
Fuck off.
Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him?
I don't know. The day of that checkup when I found out about the bullet by my heart, I borrowed a gun from the family stash. Figured I'd give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine.
Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. But you were carrying a knife, weren't you?
Oh, that? Yeah, well, never can be too careful, I say. So I'm on my way to the clinic, right? When I run into him in the park, and he's dragging this noodle stand behind him.
Wait, you didn't put him up to that? Like, you know, in the movies? If you value your life, you'll bring the stand.
Shorty, you're more whack than I am, and that's saying something.
But I was serious.
The thing is, I don't remember what happened next all too well.
You don't remember?
But the way I see it, if there wasn't anyone else there that night, then I guess it probably was me who did him in, you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean it was probably you, you jackass?
I don't know, I was hopped up on Percocet.
Na 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 na. I immediately went back to the detention center. I was trying to go to the hospital. No dice. Oh no. Alright, I'm gonna try presenting everything I have to Waki just in case. And then I'll probably go back and present everything I have to Plum. Okay. He's just thinking about his GF. He's thinking about his GF. He's thinking about his GF. He's thinking about his GF. I actually already tried to show him Trucy's panties. It didn't work. Some call me Stalin. Couldn't be me. It simply could not be me. You don't want to talk about the autopsy. So we did talk to you. It's the same dialogue as I got when I presented the gun to him. No dialogue about the noodle stand. I actually already tried his medical records. And no dialogue about his mom's underwear. Okay. Hi, Trucy. Ah, June 16th, Kataki Mansion. Look at that crowd over by the park. Probably people trying to get a glimpse of the crime scene. But why are those girls screaming? I think I just heard one say, "Oh my god, it's him!" Wait, that motorcycle. Ah, doesn't have forehead. Fuck yes, dude. Prosecutor Gavin. Some fans found me on my way out. Just my luck.
Oh my god, he's so cool!
Thus the screams. New album just came out, you know. Try waving to them, they love it.
Oh, he's so cute!
They're so excited, it doesn't matter who waves to them, see? This is surreal.
So you were here investigating?
And I was on my way home when my hog gave up the ghost. That's okay, Clavier. It happens to a lot of guys, honestly. Your hog? My motorcycle won't start. A clogged exhaust pipe.
Too bad. It looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that it could break just from that.
Ugh, it's my fault. I think I was using the wrong oil. Cars, motorbikes, all the same. Clog the exhaust and they won't run. Ah, machines. But tell me, you share my angst, Herr Forehead. I ride a bicycle, actually. Ah, in any event, I'm off to the shop to get her fixed. The detective in charge of the scene isn't fond of me in any case. The detective? You mean the one in the lab coat? Yeah, she's in a foul mood, too. Be gentle. Auf Wiedersehen, baby!
Oh my god, there he goes!
Just him walking his motorcycle away. And the forecast for the park today, gloomy skies.
Well, nothing to do but head on in. Let's hit the park, Apollo.
Funny story. I said angst there because it's German. It's a funny story about my mom. My mom refuses to pronounce it angst. She says it's angst. Because that's how it's pronounced in German. And I was like, Mom, I think most English speakers pronounce it angst. And she said, anyone smart enough to know the word would be smart enough to know it's pronounced angst. I don't know about that, Mom. So anyway, I knew how to pronounce it in Clavier's voice. Suffice it to say, does something about this scene look different to you?
The blue tarps are gone. Maybe that's it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Look over there.
The white frock detective from yesterday. She seems to be apologizing reverently to the trash can.
She's under a lot of stress.
The investigation's probably not going so well.
Hey, you there. If you're going to talk about someone behind their back, do it more quietly, please.
Oh, Detective Sky, hello.
You seem as gloomy as ever. This is miserable. Miserable. I just got a new kit and I can't get the stuff to work. And everyone's all smiles for that glimmerous fop. Every time she says glimmerous fop, I want to say fucking faggot so bad.
Glimmerous? Does she mean Prosecutor Gavin? More to the point, doesn't she mean glamorous?
When he walks, his shiny chains catch the sun and glimmer in my eyes. It's distracting.
Hey, Fräulein, what's up? Speaking of distracting...
Guess I just have to accept the fact that I lack talent.
Or, thank you for the follow. Sounds like she's trying out some kind of new forensic technique. Detective Sky, you know Mr. Wright, correct?
How do you know my daddy? I want details. He helped me out a long time ago. You might say he saved me.
Wasn't she saying something about getting involved in an incident?
I can't stand it when things are vague, especially in a case. I went to study to become a forensic scientist in Europe. We won't specify what country exactly.
But you're a detective now?
Well, I failed the test. But you know, rank and title don't matter. What matters is what's inside your heart. I've always thought that too. And my heart is full of science. That's why I bought this kit through mail order. And I'm going to test it here before the forensics team arrives.
Are you sure that's okay?
University of Faroe Islands. I won't lie, I'm not fond of the man. Those glimmerous types always rub me the wrong way. She hates him so.
Glamorous, right?
A prosecutor should be cool of wit and furrowed of brow. Less glimmerous and more simmerous, you know?
No, actually, I don't.
Well, that, and what happened 7 years ago. Prosecutor Gavin was the one who stripped Mr. Wright of his attorney's badge. I was trying to remember who the prosecutor was in the flashback case. I forgot about short-haired Clavier.
What? Really? He was the one?
You mean you didn't know? I thought you were one of his boys.
I'm neither a boy nor one of his.
Trans Apollo confirmed.
Let's see what she has to say. What exactly happened 7 years ago? I never actually heard the details.
Then investigate. It's better you learned it for yourself anyway.
The new kit? Do you mind me asking exactly what it is you've been doing? Squatting down on the ground like that?
Oh, you wanna know? Do ya? Well, I splurged on a new toy.
You splurged? You mean it wasn't police issue?
What is it? I see a roller and glue? This is a footprint analysis kit.
Footprint?
It was raining on the night of the murder, which means that footprints were left.
Oh, does that have anything to do with those blue tarps?
Right. The ground was muddy, so I had to protect it as it was that night. You ever wanted to know exactly where someone was standing? Like your panty-snatching student witness, for instance?
Aha! So with that kit.
Right.
What?
Wanna try this stuff out?
Huh? Are you sure? I mean, we're sort of on opposing teams and all.
Oh, pshaw, you're friends. And to tell the truth, I'm not so good at doing this. Guess I'm a little clumsy. I could use your help. Man, Emma really became a lot less competent in the intervening 9 years between the first Phoenix Wright game and this one. How old is she now? 25? How old was she in the first game? 16? 17? Ooh, I'm good at stuff like this. I used to make magic bunnies out of paper mache.
Footprint analysis, huh? Well, should I give it a go? Okay, I'll give it a go.
That's the spirit. Right, allow me to explain. One moment. She's reading the instructions for her kit.
Why does this not fill me with confidence?
First, we have to pick the footprint, or in this case, shoe print we want to analyze. I've taken the liberty of marking all the shoe prints in the park. Well, which shoe print should we start with? If we're going to verify the defendant's account, here's the place to start. Shoe prints, prepare to be examined.
Ooh, this is so exciting.
She's quiet quitting because they made her be a homicide detective.
Right, here goes. First, pour the plaster into the print until it's full. You try it.
How am I supposed to do that?
Just press A where you want to pour the plaster.
It used to be tapping the touch screen.
Like this.
That doesn't look too hard.
If you run out of plaster in your beaker before you're done, you have to start over.
Here, I'm gonna tap the screen. I'm gonna pretend it's still a touch screen.
Not bad. You're handier with that than you look.
What's that supposed to mean? Brent, is that the same clip they used for Godot drinking his coffee?
On to the next step. Dry the plaster until it turns white. Right. Just press A to blast it with that dryer. There, give it a shot.
Oh, I see. There's no gradual build-up, huh? Bum ba dum ba da dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba da dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Wow, this shit dries really fast. It's honestly kind of hard to dry something that is not hair with a blow dryer. Most things retain moisture too well.
Looks like it's hardened nicely. Let's take a look. Yes, that's a good one. Next, the ink. Ready for the next step? Use the roller to ink just the shoe print part. Hold onto that roller tight now with A and roll it up and down. Keep going till you get enough ink on there for a good print.
I can't, unfortunately this is taking both of my hands, so I can't pretend to do it with a touch screen. Thank you, Stream Elements. Folks, MK advised me to upgrade my CPU, so that is what I am doing. I'm raising money towards that end. If you want to show your support for the stream, I hope you'll consider donating, because all of my income comes from this stream.
Right, now the moment you've all been waiting for, let's take our print. Ready? Here goes. Let's see if we get a match.
Walkie is so cute in his mugshot. Do we really need to analyze this one? Can't we just look at it? It's visibly identical. Match found! So the shoe prints belong to Walkie Kataki after all.
He was in the park on the night of the crime. Wow, I can almost see the science at work. Don't you love it? Ah, nothing feels better.
She's definitely way more into this than I am.
Just let me know if you want to do something more. I'll be here solving the case with science.
Well, that certainly brightened her mood. Detective Sky, mind if we give it another go?
Right on. Leave no print unanalyzed, I say. Now to pick which print you want to analyze.
I mean, obviously the most suspicious one. Oh, it's actually not visible on screen. Sorry, guys. This one. The print leading away from the stand. Because I think that it's fairly self-explanatory. Hang on. Where am I? I feel like it's fairly self-explanatory that if Wesley was standing here, oh my god, and he shouted, and the guy turned his head and got shot in the right temple, then he was shot by somebody who was inside the noodle stand. And this footprint would seem to indicate that someone left the noodle stand. Alright. I think they might also use this sound effect in Zoom Beanies. Nice, Tess, good job.
Okay, looking good. Next, dry the plaster.
Thank you, Bremy. They just let me do this forever, huh? Oh, never mind.
Okay, let's take out the mold.
Yes, that's a good one. Next, the ink. Right, now the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's take our print. Ready? Here goes. Huh. That's a funny shoe print. Is that even a shoe? It is strange. So smooth. Except for the part with the leaf. I can say without even looking that this print doesn't match any print in our list. A mystery print.
And we might as well check the other footprints as well, even though they're probably just Wesley. Yeah. These are his Oxfords or whatever.
Okay, looking good. Next, dry the print.
I mean, okay.
Okay, let's take out the mold.
How the fuck are you keeping it together? Fucking Homestar Runner powers.
Just. Right, now the moment you've all been waiting for, let's take our print.
I don't remember that just.
Let's see if we get a match.
Nope. Fucking, why does he have his logo on his boot? Wow, damn, they even auto-modded faggot with the asterisk. Yeah, it was Wesley. Thank you, RB, for adding permitted term faggot. So these shoe prints belong to Wesley Stickler. This confirms his testimony, the final version of it at least.
Now we know where the panty snatcher was standing. This print is far too smooth to be from a regular shoe.
It is a shoe print. What? Still, you have to wonder what it's doing here. What the fuck? Oh, fuck, autoplay is on.
It's right next to the Eldoon's noodle stand. It does make one wonder. Hey, you.
Yes?
Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? You wouldn't happen to have something in mind? Something that might have left this mystery shoe print?
This mystery shoe print does remind me of something. No, sorry, no idea.
Too bad. I wonder what it is. Something's familiar about that smooth surface.
So smooth it's almost slippery.
Well, if you think of something, I'm all ears.
I don't have the slipper in my evidence. I have to get it from the trash. Give it here.
This trash can. This is where we found the mirror.
Come to think of it, wasn't there something else in here? Something near the bottom. Look at the paint on these. That means these must have ended up in here after Mr. Wright's accident.
Maybe they're connected? Let's pick them up.
Slippers added to the court record. Looks like that old lady's at it again. Look, I told you yesterday the park's off limits.
And I told you yesterday this is how I go home. Okay, you want me to go around? How about giving me $5, like yesterday?
Con artist strikes again. She is Stalin, absolutely. She's like a 35-year-old with a wig and painted on wrinkles.
They say the Maractus Clinic. Hey!
What?
The slipper. Look right here. I think I see a toe mark.
A toe mark? You think we can get a print off that?
Sure, toes have prints just like fingers do, you know.
This little clue might be a gold mine.
Oh, there's one problem. The police station doesn't keep a record of toe prints. We won't know whose it is.
I guess that would be too much to hope for.
Still, it might be useful somehow. Let's analyze it.
Sure.
The bottom is covered with paint.
Huh? What's this weird shape here?
It looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint.
So the outline was left when the leaf was removed. Ah, I got paint on my hand.
Apollo?
I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape.
Let's talk about the Mr. Reprint. Yes, I do have something in mind. No, I think I might have our culprit right here. Well, I think it's these slippers, actually.
Slippers? What would slippers be doing out here?
Look at the bottom, see? It's covered with paint, except for... See right here?
Hey, that spot is shaped like a leaf.
What if a leaf was stuck on the bottom and came off when the slipper stepped in paint? Makes sense, doesn't it?
Wait, something's written on them. The Maractus Clinic.
Exactly, the victim's clinic.
Wait, that means that someone from the clinic was involved.
Why is she just standing there eating?
Detective Sky, I have a favor to ask.
What? Can you get us access into the Maractus Clinic?
The police won't let us in. They say the murder and the clinic are not connected, and it's off limits until we prove they are. I should be able to do something for you, yes.
Really?
Well, you did my work for me here with the shoe prints. Seems like I should return the favor. Thank you, Detective Sky. Here, show this to the police officer on duty.
Detective Sky's orders added to the court record. Allow clinic access to this magician and attorney. In Prosecutor Gavin's name.
Right, Maractus Clinic, here comes justice.
It says official. It has the blue badger on it. And it's signed Emma Sky Heart.
She put a little heart by your name. How cute.
Isn't she a little old for cute?
Apollo, shame on you. Cute is eternal. Cute is timeless. No matter how old a woman gets, she always carries a little innocent maiden inside her.
Really now? I suppose. I've never heard it put quite that way before.
When I sign my name, I always put in a little diamond.
Trucy?
Right. See? Cute, don't you think?
It's a little confusing. Won't people think your middle name is Diamond?
Hey, you could write your name like Apollo equals justice.
I do like justice, but that's taking it a bit far. Listen, it's just my last name. I'm not married to it or anything.
Do I have to present her?
Fingerprint analysis is the very basis of modern forensic science.
I guess you could put it that way.
And you two know how to dust for prints on your own now. Make sure to examine anything you find that might have prints on it.
Oh, okay. Oh man, it does have, this is extremely lewd. What a case, huh?
I wonder, could this be a print?
Why would there be a finger? Oh, you mean a toe print. Good call, Apollo. I bet we can analyze it just like a regular print. This could be a vital piece of evidence.
Now, unlike the plaster, you are not limited in how much of this powder you can apply. You just go fucking nuts with this. And I will be doing what I neglected to do yesterday, which is pretend to blow away the powder with my breath when I'm actually just pressing the Y button. Booty slapper, it's totally fine, don't even trip. Ignore all of the panties and toe prints. You gotta get the bottom of the screen. Think about all the valuable evidence that could be down there. Over here as well. I think I still see some non-white pixels. A little bit of green poking through. Let's take care of that. Thank you very much. Make sure we got all the edges. All right. Apollo just dumps the entire canister out. All right. See, the pixels under the Dust for Prince UI are a lot harder to get to. It's plausible the makers didn't know about foot fetishes yet. I don't know about that. All right.
Yay! Hey, it worked! That looks like a big toe, maybe?
Wow, I feel like the case is solved already.
What was next? We have to match the print, right?
Right, let's match it. Wait, the detective didn't give us a list of toe prints, Apollo.
Good point.
Maybe we should ask her? Get some expert advice?
I guess so. I'm not sure she really qualifies as an expert.
I actually can't ask her about it. Maybe I can present the... Fuck. Maybe I can present the slipper again now that we've dusted it.
Ah, the slippers. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course.
There is? What?
All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance.
Oh, right. So if the prints matched, you know the same person wore both. Huh. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person?
Not yet, but we're gonna find one apparently.
No, I can't think of anything I might have with a toe print on it.
Ah, well, it was too much to hope for, I suppose. Let me know if you find something.
A toe print sample.
Apollo goes on a quest stealing one shoe from every NPC in the case. No, 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 no. Go to the clinic. June 16th, Feldoon's house. Ah, you two again. When, oh, when will you learn? Look at me however you want, you're not getting in today.
I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Look what we have.
What's this? Detective Sky! Yesterday it was Prosecutor Gavin, today it's Detective Sky. Who are you two, really?
Now he's suspicious again.
Well, you got the orders, I gotta let you in. Have fun.
Thanks, Mr. Officer. Let's hit it, Apollo. Aw, look at the bear.
Look at how goofy the face on Health today is. Oh, wow, look at the crawfish. Look at the zarigami there. I didn't notice that. Huh, cool. What is with the lack of music in these scenes, man?
Huh, kind of an at-home sort of place, isn't it?
This place has a connection to the murder in the park. I'm sure of it.
The police guy out front wasn't so sure.
Beyond it being where the victim lived. Looks like the police team's gone home for the day.
Oh my god. Trucy, you're so big.
There might be some clues lying around. Let's get cracking, Apollo.
All of the noodle bowls?
Look at all these bowls.
They're from Eldoon's Noodles. There's Mr. Salty.
Then I think we figured something out.
I think we have.
Mr. Eldoon must do takeout.
Not exactly what I was thinking.
All the bowls have been washed clean.
I think we found our first clue, Trucy. The clinic reception desk. No one's here, of course. There's a small sign on the counter. Please pay your bill. Remember, we're the ones holding the scalpel. Brutal. Effective.
Okay, there's nothing else interesting on the reception desk. There's a door.
Look, this door says doctor's office.
Think this is the victim's private office?
It's not locked. Too bad.
Why too bad?
I like opening locks. It's kind of a hobby of mine. Like those little bike locks?
Don't even bother putting them on when I'm around.
That's probably not a hobby you want to tell too many people about.
Ah! Apollo! That sound! It came from behind this door!
Someone's in there! Let's check it out! Let's check it out, Trucy! A break-in! They left through that window!
Oh my god, what the fuck evil lab specimens does this guy have?
Wait, Apollo, you're too late to catch them now!
That must be her experience as a panty snatcher chaser talking. Well, we should tell the police!
Let's check the room out first, Apollo. If we call the police now, we'll lose our chance.
You're right. She's better at this than I am.
Well, one thing's for certain. This clinic and our murder case are looking pretty related now.
Nice upbeat tune.
What a cute little safe.
Looks like a 4-digit lock.
Someone's already entered in 2 numbers, Apollo.
7, 9. Wait, do you think that burglar just now was trying to open it? I wonder what's inside this safe.
Is there any way we can figure out the last 2 numbers?
Well, we know the first 2 are 7 and 9.
Maybe there's something in the court record. Something that can help us figure out the last 2 numbers.
I wonder. I've got just the thing. Well, I have an idea.
I knew it, Apollo. What is it?
Well, all we have to know is what buttons have been pressed. We can use this to find out what the next 2 numbers are.
No clues here. Apollo, you are stupid as hell.
When you press the buttons, you'd have to touch them.
With your finger, right?
It would leave a print.
When you open a safe, you don't press any other buttons but the right ones, right? So if we can find the buttons with fingerprints,
We'll have the safe code. Not bad, Apollo.
Bum 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 ba dud. Okay, so this is really important. We definitely want to. You might recall from Rise to the Ashes, the final case of the first Phoenix Wright game, that there actually were, when you were dusting for fingerprints on the lockers, there actually were fingerprints on parts of the locker besides just the handle where you expected to see them. It's kind of a titular piece of evidence from that game. So it's really, really, really important that you cover every single pixel on the screen. There we go.
look, you can see the oily fingerprint residues clearly. Look at 7 and 9.
These are glove marks. The burglar must have been wearing gloves.
Well, we might not be able to identify the burglar, but we can open the safe.
Let's give it a shot. Oh, let's give...
Why having Trucy on the screen, changing her expression while Apollo is talking is fucking me up.
Let's give it a shot.
Either 2-5 or 5-2. Fuck. Why is there an enter button if it just enters automatically?
It opened.
What's up, bullet?
This looks like a bullet hole.
You can still see the bullet sticking out of it.
Why is it in the middle of a safe?
Hey, the bullet came out. The tip is all squished.
That's surprising, given that was fired into a metal safe. This bullet's got a story behind it, that's for sure.
Bullet added to the court record. Squished from the impact. Is that scientific language? RB, how many squats am I at? I don't think I'm past 15, am I?
This looks like a medical chart. There's an x-ray in here with a...
An x-ray? Can't make heads or tails of it. I can't read the chart either, it's all in medical speak.
But the names are easy enough to read. Look, by patient it says Walkie Kataki. So this is Walkie, our client's chart, huh?
Why would this one chart be here in the safe? Let's see, the physician's signature says Palmaractus.
What is it, Apollo?
Look here where it says who filed the chart.
Let's see. Nurse Alita Tiala.
Alita Tiala is Walkie's fiance. If you fucking forgot, player. We know you're dumb as bricks.
That's one Ida too many, Apollo.
Shitsune kamimashita.
Never mind that. What's her name doing here?
How should I know? Though, I guess it means she's on staff at this clinic.
Odd that she neglected to mention this before now.
I'm sure she had her reasons.
So Alita Tiala worked at the Maractus clinic. She had access to Walkie Kataki's medical chart.
You got the I and Y wrong, Apollo.
I'd be very interested to find out what this chart says.
How the fuck could you possibly tell that, Trucy?
Who could help us decipher this?
Walkie's chart added to the court record. I wonder, did we meet a guy who we found out has medical expertise? What are all these gross specimens?
Whoa, what are those? The wall's covered with beakers.
Eek! Something's moving inside that one.
He's got homunculi.
You look, Apollo.
Hey, look yourself. You can't...
Oh. It's a goldfish.
Wow, they're all fish. So many kinds.
Whoever designed this had a sick sense of humor. Books and papers are scattered around the room.
Wow, what a mess. This is worse than Daddy's room. The burglar must have left in a hurry.
Even the cup on the desk here is lying on its side. Huh? The juice that spilled out of that cup. It's dry.
So the messy one wasn't our burglar just now.
Someone knocked this cup over a while ago and left it. This potted plant has seen better days. That doesn't make sense either.
What doesn't?
Normally, burglars are looking for valuables, right?
That's true. That's what I would do if I were a burglar.
So why look underneath a potted plant?
Maybe they were looking for the key to the safe.
I've heard of people putting their house keys under plants, but a key to a safe?
Then maybe the burglar was looking for the house keys.
This is getting nowhere fast.
Kind of an expensive looking lamp, isn't it? Hey, the bulb's broken.
Broken? Don't you mean burned out?
No, our cat burglar must have dropped it.
Why is it standing up on the floor like that, then?
Hey, look at the cord.
Huh? There's a red splotch on a part of the cord. You think that's blood?
It's a little bright for blood, almost pinkish.
Something's definitely odd about this lamp, that's for sure.
Lamp added to the court record. Lamp examined in the court record.
This cord runs to the lamp. It has a red stain on it. Gotta wonder what left that stain.
Wait, I know. Maybe it was left there by a red marker. Like, they were trying to write their name and slipped.
Why would anyone write their name on a lamp cord?
I used to write my name on my magic robes.
Window's ajar.
That must be how our burglar escaped.
I wonder who it was.
Maybe it was just a burglar who happened to pick here.
Yeah, but there's a patrol car sitting out front. If I were a burglar, I'd come back the next day at least.
I'd give it a month myself.
Whoever broke in obviously needed to break in today.
All right. Let me go back to the clinic and check on the slippers, which I did not. Ah. I somehow missed these. Here, let me hide myself. There's cute shoes on the floor in front of the shoe rack.
There's a single pair of sandals here.
I guess those are technically platform sandals. They're very high.
Wait, but why would there be sandals here? Unless they belong to one of the patients.
Or maybe it's a visitor that's come to see Dr. Maractus.
You'd think they'd use his house entrance instead of the clinic entrance in that case. And if this patient or visitor isn't still here, why'd they leave without their shoes? Better take a closer look at these, just in case.
Sandals added to the court record. We are dusting them for prints. Cute women's sandals. They are really cute. I would fucking wear the shit out of these. This is so gratuitous.
Hey, Apollo, you think this is...
Huh. This could be a toe print.
Maybe we could get a print off of this. Let's try it out.
Why is there no music here? I can't even do my classic bit of covering the entire screen in white pixels because there's no backing music. Ah.
Hey, it worked! That looks like a big toe, maybe?
But wait, I mean, it's great that we got the print. But is there such a thing as a list of toe prints?
Oh, good point. There is. Detective Sky didn't give it to us. Which means we can't match this print.
This seems like a good time to ask a detective's advice.
Yeah, good idea.
Or how about we talk to Guy Eldoon first about the medical shit? He's not here. Okay, that's fair. Where am I going? Wrong. Nice try, Tessa. They do our beat, but I swear to you in the previous Phoenix Wright games, they had like ambient sound, like bird chirps, instead of just like blank, dead silence.
I know that face. That's the face of someone who's made a discovery. Hey, how'd you know? You can't fool someone trained in the ways of science.
Next, you'll have us analyzing face prints.
Let's ask Detective Sky to help us, Apollo.
Present the cute shoes.
These sandals. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course.
There is? What?
All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance.
Oh, right. So if the prints matched, you'd know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person? I think I just might, actually.
Really?
I'm beginning to suspect something here. Detective Sky, can you compare the sample with this other print?
You don't have to scream, Apollo. We're in the park.
This pair of slippers, toe print and all.
Oh, the print on these is nice and clear, too. That makes our job easy.
You analyze it for us?
Of course, hang on. I mean, we can just look at them side by side. Bingo! Gosh, I'm good.
Hey, we were the ones who found the prints.
A perfect match. The same person wore these sandals and slippers.
I was afraid of that.
All you have to do is find out who these sandals belong to. Or do you already know?
I can't say. Not yet. Well, that's one big step closer to the truth.
Wow, I'm so sick.
Let me go to the detention center. Or just the Right Anything Agency if Alita's here, but she's not. Why did they let you go to the Hickfield Clinic in this act? Oh shit, really? June 16th, Hickfield Clinic?
Ah, the prodigal attorney returns. Welcome, Apollo. I heard you did well in the trial today. Here to discuss something? I could use a little diversion.
What did Detective Sky say? If you want to know something, you have to investigate it yourself. Mr. Wright, tell me what happened 7 years ago. Please. I want to know. I need to know.
Arby, no, she was a nurse. You missed the medical form from the safe that said that she was Walkie's nurse when he got examined at the Maractus Clinic.
You certainly didn't waste any time getting to the point. 7 years ago, I was standing in a courtroom on behalf of a client.
Thank you, Stream Elements.
The case involved the death of a certain magnificent genius. I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard about it.
Arby, it's Japan. You don't wear shoes indoors.
It was all over the news, I remember that. You were up against Prosecutor Gavin, weren't you?
Yes, he was only 17 years old at the time.
17 years old?
That's still high school. God damn these fucking prodigy prosecutors.
He took the bar exam abroad, in Europe. They're progressive over there, you know. I was defeated by a 17-year-old newcomer. In my shame, I left the practice forever. That's all.
That's all? How could that be all?
Frampus, some people do. I extremely don't. I have like a rack just in my front door where you take off your shoes and put them. But at least, it's not uncommon for people to at least wear their shoes in the area of the house immediately inside the door. Like, my friends have worn their shoes around my ground floor before, but not like up into the upper floors where it's all carpeted. Yeah, it does depend on the household. We always took our shoes off at the door in my house growing up, so I was shocked and confused when I would visit friends' houses and they'd just be like wearing shoes in their bedroom.
What do you mean?
What about what they were saying on the news about forged evidence? They said you forged evidence and had your attorney's badge stripped from you.
No, I would never forge evidence, Apollo. Please ignore the forged evidence I gave you in our last case. Tell me, how does it feel? To be on your own. How does it feel to stand here before Phoenix Wright, the forging attorney himself?
How does it feel? I don't want to believe it's true. What about what happened in my first trial?
Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence.
What about what? I don't want to believe he could forge evidence, but what about what happened in my first trial?
Here, Apollo, I forged this evidence. I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick.
That's true, Todd. Manfred von Karma was extremely forging evidence.
I don't see you jumping to my defense on this one. Maybe I did forge evidence, maybe I didn't. It doesn't really matter now, does it?
But
I'm not an attorney anymore. That's the only truth you need to know.
Mr. Wright, looks like he doesn't want to talk about the accusations of forgery for now.
Hey, Mr. Wright, look at these cute shoes.
It's refreshing to be so thoroughly ignored for a change.
All right, let's go to the detention centre. Fingers crossed.
June 16th, detention center visitors room.
Don't cry, Angel. Daddy's back, and Daddy's fuck yes! Oh, you again!
You always have to announce your entrances like that?
Man, my old man, Man! Now I'm all in a funk, and it's his fault.
One can only assume that his father tried to teach him a lesson and failed clearly.
You two got your work cut out for you, straight up. Of course, I don't care if they lock me up. I'm ready to go.
Some days I wonder why I do what I do. Guilty verdict to your father. How about these cute shoes? Walkie, you don't happen to recognize these, do you?
Hey, sure I do. I was the one who bought them for her.
Yo! Fucking pimp! My dude! For Miss Tiala?
Yeah, birthday present. She got mad little feet. Man, so cute, man.
So these sandals are hers. Yeah, I kinda had a feeling.
What's up with the funky vibes?
Sandals updated in the court record. Guilty verdict.
Hey man, you won't see me bugging about 1 or 2 guilty charges.
But what if you're found guilty of murder?
Hey, it's all experience, you feel me, shawty? Like a badge of honor. They don't give the death penalty, do they?
They extremely give the death penalty. Dahlia Hawthorne was hanged. You didn't really do it, did you?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't.
If I've learned one thing today, it's that silence speaks louder than words.
Man, my old man is whack. Disappointing, that's what he is.
I heard he wants to leave the mob.
Over my dead body! I spent my life trying to keep it real, being an OG and never stepping down.
As you just say, being a G.
Now my old man wants to go soft? Fine, let him. Just leave me out of it. The day I get out of the clink, that's the day Alita and I start the next generation of the Kataki family. I'm gonna fuck her so good. I'm gonna pump as much cum into her as physically possible.
Please don't talk as though it's assumed you're going to jail for my sake. Okay, well, we don't really have anything else to talk to you about, do we? Oh, actually, we do. This is his examination record from the clinic, and it shows that the nurse is Alita Tiala. Okay, Arby, now how many squats am I at?
Huh? What's that? Some kind of x-ray?
Wait. That's right, Walkie. It's yours.
Hey, look, I don't smoke or nothing. I'll live long, right?
You have a fucking bullet in your chest. I don't think he gets it, Apollo. Take a closer look, here in particular. Where it says, nurse. It's signed Alita Tiala.
Huh. You lawyers do your homework.
So you met Ms. Tiala when you...
Yeah, I met her at the clinic, so?
Could you tell us a bit about the circumstances of your meeting?
Fine, fine. I'll tell you how we met if you want to know that bad.
Thank you.
About half a year ago, I was shot during a little turf war with another family. I was ready to die, sure. But they came in and got me, hauled me off to the docks.
The Maractus Clinic?
That's where I met her, my fallen angel.
You mean Alita Tiala?
She was scared of me at first, turns out. But you know what they say, the bad guy always gets the ladies.
Right.
She was done with that clinic anyhow. So I was like, I'll take you on, woman. Straight gangsta style. Guess what she said?
What did she say?
Come on, give it some thought. She said it real quiet, like on the down low, know what I'm saying? I'll leave, if you'll marry me.
So, that was the proposal?
You know it, an oath of love, right there in the hospital room. Just like that, the op was done and we were out of there. See you later, bye.
About that op.
Yeah, didn't go so well after all, did it? I know about the report, I know it's still in me.
How about you fucking feel it in you? Sometimes it looks like he has a tongue piercing. I'll keep my eyes open. This health checkup was the boss's idea, you said?
Yeah, can you imagine? What's the point of living healthy when you're a G, you know what I'm saying?
But didn't you learn about the bullet at that checkup?
Yeah. That's when I knew that doctor had to pay. Figured I could get that cap pulled after I got my revenge.
Hi, Pixel Pixie.
And hey, I'm still living large now, ain't I?
Incidentally, had you ever had a health checkup before?
Nah, my old man suddenly gets this idea that we all gotta get checkups. Guess he's getting old. Older, I mean.
All right. We talk to you about anything else? Lamp? Probably not. I mean, that didn't really feel conclusive, what I just talked to him about, but I don't really have any other evidence that I feel like he would have anything to say about.
Man, that is so far off the hook, it's off the chain, G.
Seems preoccupied with something else.
Wonder how my Alita's doing. Man, I miss her.
Okay, nothing new here. Hickfield Clinic is now empty. It's weird. Phoenix appears and disappears at the Hickfield Clinic without them throwing a screen up that says the date, which is what usually happens anytime there's a change at a scene. Oh, right! I didn't ask Eldoon about the medical records. June 16th, Eldoon's house. Mr. Eldoon, we've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Trucidal?
Apollo, show him what we found. Nothing like expert advice.
I suppose he is a doctor still.
Are you kidding me? He has an active medical license and he's selling noodles?
Mr. Eldoon, is everything okay? I'm just so happy. I just thought my doctor days were gone for good.
Mr. Eldoon. Mr. Eldoon, could you take a look at this?
A medical chart. Hey, you shouldn't go around taking these from clinics.
Why the sudden silence, Mr. Eldoon?
What's going on here?
That's what we want to know. That chart belongs to my client.
He's on trial on suspicion of murder.
On trial? That's crazy. You can't put him on trial. He's ABD.
ABD?
All but dead. He's knocking on the pearly gates and someone's about to answer.
Can you tell us why?
Why the fuck do you think, Apollo? Oh my god.
Well, permit me to speak as a surgeon. You listen up good now, son.
No way. It's like he's a completely different person.
Well, according to this chart, this walkie-talkie feller's not doing so well. He's got a bullet right upside his heart.
That's right.
Yeah, but this chart talks about the post-op. In other words, the operation is already finished. You can still see that bullet stuck in there.
Why would it still be in there after the operation to remove it?
Well, about the only reason I can think of is it was too tricky to operate on.
What?
That bullet's snug as a bug there next to the aorta, which is connected to the heart. Heck, that scrap of metal's just surrounded by blood vessels. Kind of a miracle. 2 millimeters to either side, there'd be some serious bleeding going on in there. Not something your average doc would be eager to fiddle with.
You mean?
Took a miracle to get that bullet stuck where it is. It'd take more than a miracle to take it out. It'd take a magician.
I'm only up to making rabbits disappear. I haven't learned bullets yet.
Of course, with the heart pumping and lungs working, that bullet's on the move. I'd give him another half a year tops.
But Walkie's operation was already a half year ago.
That's why I'm saying you're out of time. This kid shouldn't be on trial. He should be on an operating table.
Great, just great.
How could Dr. Maractus do such a terrible thing? How could he just leave that bullet in there?
I got a pretty good idea how it felt. An emergency operation. He's got the kid's chest open on the table. Then he finds that bullet. That's despair right there, Trucidal. Cold despair.
Despair.
About the only thing he could do was sew the boy back up. He wasn't exactly in the situation to go admitting he couldn't take it out.
The Katakis.
You bet. This kid's their only son, I hear. So he skips the operation and Walkie's back on the street living his life. Of course, it's only a matter of time before his heart hemorrhages and he drops cold.
How awful, Zetsubol. That's right, Garrulus.
And which doctor would they take him to? Maractus. He's got enough ties to him, he could probably cover up the truth of what happened.
That's just horrible. He left Walkie to die.
There's a darkness in this world, Trucidal, waiting, hungry. Compared to it, these gangs' turf wars are like kid games. When you're up against real evil, well, it don't matter if you're weak or strong. It'll take you all the same.
You were a surgeon, right, Mr. Eldoon? You could operate on Walkie, couldn't you?
I wish.
What?
I'm afraid there ain't nobody in the country that could. Maybe not even in the world.
So Waki...
He's real lucky to be alive even now.
No!
There's one problem.
Apollo?
This chart. Look at the nurse section. Alita Tiala.
That's right, this operation was how they met.
Yeah, the problem is she knew. She knew about Waki's condition, guaranteed.
Ah!
Why didn't she ever tell him? Doesn't make sense. If she knew her patient was in serious danger, you'd think she'd want to get that second operation before getting engaged.
Yeah, Apollo, there's no reason someone would want to marry someone who is about to die.
What was she thinking, Apollo?
What were you thinking, Alita Tiala? What were you thinking, Alita Tiala? Sorry, that was the wrong emphasis. To be continued. We're going to court now, apparently, even though I really didn't find that much more evidence.
Ba-na-ba.
All right, back at it again at Krispy Kreme. Fucking, I really wish they did not make it so hard to continue with this game. Yeah, Arbeat, I think Hickfield showing up was just supposed to be like a one-off Easter egg. Like, hey, remember this guy from the second game? June 17th, 9:52 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
This is it, the big day. Did you get any sleep?
Yeah, I went to bed at 1 a.m. or so.
Oh, what time did you wake up?
3 a.m.
It's only 2 hours, Apollo. But at least you have me. And the amazing Mr. Hat.
Yes, looking at you, kid.
I'm gonna guess this is Phoenix? Good luck today, Apollo. That voice! Yep. Hey, get any sleep? Mr. Wright! I was going out of my mind with boredom, so I signed myself out earlier today. Somehow that place makes fake piano playing in an Indochine pasta joint seem almost fun.
Daddy, do you know who Prosecutor Gavin's witness is today?
Take a guess.
How about Little Plum?
That Sherman tank of a mom? Nope, guess again.
That's too bad. You know, speaking of moms, you need to find me a new mommy one of these days, Daddy.
It's barely morning and you're at it again, Trucy.
When are you gonna give me a little sibling?
Okay, see, this is why I don't buy their father-daughter relationship. So, Mr. Wright, do you know who the prosecution's witness is? Alita Tiala, your client's fiance.
She's gonna be a witness? That seems odd. Why would she testify against her own fiance?
You have to wonder what Gavin's up to. Something's going down today, that much is clear.
Well, not to worry, I've got my panties back. If we can't find a killer, I'll pull one out of there.
Very droll. June 17th, 10 a.m., District Court Courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session for the trial of Waki Kataki.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is warmed up, and it's a sold-out house. Fuck you.
Very well, to recap. While yesterday's witness seemed more guilty than any other party,
Guilty of panty snatching.
we did find out one thing for certain. There were 3 people in the park at the time of the murder. The witness, the victim, and the defendant.
Correct, Herr Judge. And today, I'd like to do something a little new age. I'd like to look at this horrible crime from the outside. The outside? The acquisition of the murder weapon, the preparation for the act. Our poor defendant told all, you see. To his betrothed.
His betrothed?
His fiancée, Herr Judge. His partner for life. With no chance for parole. Shut up.
Very well, you may show the, lucky lady to the stand.
I feel like the judge is a lot pithier in this one. Your name and occupation, Fräulein.
Alita Tiala. My occupation is future wife.
Ah, traditional values. I respect that.
The judge is trad.
Too many brides these days can't even weave baskets blindfolded. Underwater. Yet you're here today as a witness for the prosecution.
To be honest, I didn't want to testify at first. But I couldn't hide the truth.
Honesty, another admirable trait.
Fräulein, is it true that on the day of the crime, the defendant, Waki Kataki, confessed his plans? His plans for murder?
Yes.
The witness will please give her testimony to the court.
If Alita has a bracelet tell, I do not fucking remember what it is, so that's gonna be an issue for me. I remember a bunch of them. I remembered that Wesley's was the finger wiggle. I remember one for an NPC who appears in the next case, and I remember one for an NPC who appears in the last case. But Alita probably has one, and nothing is coming to mind. We don't have a shot of her feet to see if she wiggles her toes.
It was the day that the family health checkup results came back. When Waki found out that Dr. Maractus had lied, he flew into a rage. "I'll teach him," he said. He took one of the family's pistols. And you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how anyone but Waki could have done it.
Yeah, MK.
So, the pistol did belong to the Kataki family then?
Yes. With regards to this, an investigation is underway at the Kataki mansion on charges of the possession of illegal firearms.
And the bullet that took the victim's life, was it?
Fired from the pistols the defendant procured? Yes, this has been proven.
How can you prove something like that? Bullets carry marks from the barrel that fired them, called rifling marks. Rifling marks?
Think of them as being a gun's fingerprint, left on every bullet it fires.
And when did you first hear about Waki's plan? It was the day of the murder. I should have stopped him. I just didn't think he would actually do it.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Bum bum. Damn, look how delicately drawn her hands are when she's interlocking her fingers like that. So, I see that we have the bracelet icon at the top of the screen, but it's not lit up yet. I don't really remember exactly how it works.
That was the day of the murder, correct? Yes, everyone in the family received their checkup results that day. When Waki looked at his face went so pale.
But of course, he just found out he had a bullet in his chest.
How do you not fucking feel it?
So, you were there at the time? Yes, poor Waki.
That must have been, quite frightening.
He was furious. He ripped his report up into shreds.
Oh, that's her engagement ring. That's really cute.
Incidentally, I had to request another copy to file as evidence. A bothersome chore, but one I performed without complaint.
You just complained about it.
Waki's at an age where he's hard to control when he loses his temper. Of course, that little bit of instability is so cute.
Great, now he sounds like a psychopath.
So, is it easy to take a pistol out from the house? Not really, I think. There's a system in place to limit access. But Waki's a special case, being the next in line.
Perhaps his treatment was a bit too special, yeah?
Well, maybe he is a bit spoiled. I hear he got amazing presents for his birthdays. Last year was a switchblade made out of chewing gum and a chocolate gravestone.
Sounds like he has a taste for sweets. And danger?
The point here being that Waki had access to a pistol.
We don't really know what happened that night, necessarily.
What happened, meaning the murder. I tried to stop him, I really did. But Waki wouldn't listen.
Our defendant was nothing if not determined, it seems.
The last thing you should do is blame yourself, miss.
How can you say that for certain? How?
Look, I hit the wall. Therefore, head, you will refrain from badgering the Fräulein. It was the defendant, Waki, was it, who took the pistol from his home. We know this for a fact now.
I suppose we do.
So how could anyone else have used this pistol to shoot the victim? They could not. Simple logic, yeah?
That does seem to be the case. Does the defense have anything to say regarding this point?
Could someone else have used that pistol? Based on your testimony, there was clearly another. One other person had access to that pistol.
Was this?
Interesting. Let's ask the defense then. Tell the court who this other person with access was.
I don't actually know how this relates to her testimony, but I guess I'll say her.
Well, of course, I mean, you, Ms. Tiala.
Me? But why?
You were quite clear when you told the court. You heard about the pistol from the defendant on the day of the murder. In other words, you knew what he was planning.
Let me get this straight. You intend to tell us that this lady stole the pistol from her fiancé and killed the man in cold blood on his behalf? I've heard of people doing strange things for love. What's this?
It does seem a bit unfathomable, to be sure. I'm all for romance and supporting your partner in life, to be sure. But I think I would hesitate at murder.
I'd hope you'd do more than hesitate. What if a different connection could be proven? A connection between the witness and the victim. We might find that she had a personal motive beyond wanting to help her fiancé.
That would put things in a slightly different light. What possible connection are you suggesting here?
You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that the police never looked inside that safe.
I have evidence showing a connection between the witness, Ms. Tiala, and the victim. You really did not fucking run a background check on any of these witnesses even remotely.
That looks like a medical chart?
Found inside a safe at the Maractus Clinic. I'd like to draw the court's attention to the name written on the chart.
What? Ms. Tiala, whatever. Why is your name on this chart?
Maybe she bites her lip? Well, care to explain the meaning of this, Ms. Tiala? I'm not sure what you mean by meaning, Mr. Justice. Our warm little fiancé just froze over. I was on staff at that clinic until half a year ago. It was boring, so I quit. That's all. Is there a problem with that?
Miss Tiala, you testified that you had no connection to the victim.
And I don't now. Now? I quit half a year ago, didn't I? So there's no connection. Let me guess, you're the kind of guy who can't rest until he knows every last detail of his girlfriend's past. Am I right?
That's not true at all. Why, I embrace the ones I love. Past flaws and all, no matter.
There's no connection now doesn't fly in a court of law. Doesn't fly? She's one tough nut. She probably feels right at home with the Katakis. You left your job at Maractus Clinic, true, but you remained connected somehow.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that proves the witness is still connected to the Maractus Clinic.
You left your shoes in there.
Oh, look, they narrowed down the evidence list for me. It's nice when they do that.
These sandals were found in the Maractus Clinic lobby. They're yours, aren't they? Well, who knows? I'm sure there are lots of people with those sandals.
So sorry, Fräulein, but your act isn't working. Your moment of hesitation just now cost you.
What's with you? I thought you were on my side.
Perhaps you are unaware that toes leave toe prints. Simple analysis of these sandals will reveal all. You're gonna take a print of my foot, you fucking freak? Well, now we see your true colors. I was wrong to cooperate with you from the beginning. I just wanted you to help get Walkie back on the straight and narrow.
This court thinks you need to worry less about Walkie and more about yourself. Sounds as though we need to hear a bit more about your story.
Your sandals were found in the entrance to the clinic, which means you went there on the day of the murder.
Well, there's little point in denying it.
Very well, the witness will tell us about this visit. Why did you go to the Maractus Clinic that day?
Aren't there only 4 cases in this game?
I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year since I quit in January. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Walkie had the pistol. The doctor always was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I wanted to tell him to be careful as an old friend.
By mistake, you mean the mistake we heard about from the defendant? The botched operation?
He was a timid, small man, but I never wished him harm. I just thought I should let him know, you know.
That does make sense.
Yes, but there's still one thing which is not.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
The sandals left in the lobby, of course. We can assume she wore these sandals to the clinic, yeah? Then why did she not wear them home? If it were me, I would have worn them home. Indeed, I think I'll try them on right now.
I would have worn those sandals home too.
So why were the sandals left behind?
Ah! He pointed out the contradiction before me.
I mean, that's fine, man.
There's probably a good explanation for this, right, Miss Tiala? Say, for instance, there happened to be a similar pair of sandals there, which you wore home by mistake.
Actually, that's right. I'm impressed, Mr. Gaddle.
Oh, it is nothing. There is, after all, no other possible explanation. Yeah, forehead?
Oh, no fair. He's filling the holes in her testimony.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Doctor's always a timid man. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets.
Hold it!
No dark secrets, eh? What? Look at me however you want, Mr. Justice. You won't find a thing.
She's hiding something, I know it. I must have some evidence that proves it, too.
You're free to think whatever you like. I went to that clinic with only one thought in mind.
Do you know why she went, Apollo? Time to figure out what really happened at that clinic, and fast.
I guess so, RB? No, it's the day of the murder. It's the day of the murder that she claims that she went in to warn him. Not hiding any dark secrets. I mean, can I just present the... Can I just present the medical file that shows that she knew that Waki had the bullet in him?
Objection!
Yeah. Just present it a second time.
This chart was found inside a safe in the doctor's office.
Yes.
Why would this one chart be in that safe? Ms. Tiala, you know why it was, don't you?
Mind filling me in?
Dr. Maractus didn't have the leisure of making mistakes. That's why he wrote up a false report and kept the truth locked away.
Bad, Herr Doctor.
And this is where you come in, Ms. Tiala. The nurse who filed this chart was you, which means you knew about Waki's failed operation.
Thank you, Stream Elements. Folks, if you enjoy the stream, I hope you'll consider donating. MK told me I should start raising money for a new CPU.
Interesting.
Yeah, just don't worry about it.
You were in the same position as Dr. Maractus. Kinda makes it hard to claim no connection, doesn't it?
She's so cute! Fuck! You're bold for a novice, I'll give you that. Mr. Justice, you must know I was only a nurse. The doctor is responsible for the chart's contents.
This chart business seems to be quite important. Please amend your testimony accordingly.
Too bad, little attorney.
Bum bum. Huh. My bracelet's reacting again.
What is it, Apollo?
I felt my bracelet tighten just now.
Your bracelet?
Just like yesterday, like you said.
When a witness is unsure of something, their nervous habit gives them away. But I can't see anything, Apollo.
Huh? What's my bracelet reacting to?
Wait, maybe... Yes, that has to be it.
What has to be it?
Your senses, Apollo. They must be sharper than mine.
Totally.
Huh?
I can't see it, but you can sense it.
I don't know about that, Trucy. I don't have some kind of special power or anything.
No, Brevi, he has superpowers.
Listen to me, Apollo. There's a weak point somewhere in Ms. Tiala's testimony, but we don't know what her nervous habit is.
Well, then what do we do?
You have to perceive it yourself, Apollo, with your eyes and your senses.
Then it's up to me and my bracelet. I don't know why, but the bracelet helps. Somehow touching it helps me focus. Let's give it a shot and bring down that testimony.
It's probably this, because it's the new testimony. Which is awfully nice of them to ease me into this mechanic. Okay, hands? Oh, she spins the ring, doesn't she? Bingo.
Gotcha!
Kringus.
Why go to the clinic for a half-year-old chart now, you ask? But you know why you would go now, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was quite clear, Ms. Tiala. You have a nervous habit. The moment you said the word now, You used your right thumb to fiddle with your ring. What? She was unsure. I saw it. Now. That's the key word. The chart wasn't a part of your past. It was a clear and present threat.
That's ridiculous. Why, if that were the case,
I would have had 6 months to do something about it. Indeed. Which means something happened quite recently. Something to make that chart a problem for you now. I've got her on the ropes now, I can feel it. Time to strike the killing blow, with evidence. Miss Tiala, there's no use trying to hide it. The chart became a threat to you now, because of this. Waki's checkup report. There we go. A health checkup report belonging to the defendant. Katakis are trying to get out of the business. The health checkup this month was their first ever. What did you think when you heard about this?
Oh, nothing. Why should I think anything?
Oh, I would think that you were positively beside yourself. Because you were afraid. You knew what Waki's chest x-ray would reveal. A full half-year had passed since the operation. You thought you were home free. When the chart came back to haunt you. Ah! That's cute. Is she called Alita because of the angel wing motif? Was Alita Battle Angel already a thing when this came out? It's the first thing I thought of when I heard the name. At least in 2024. Is Alita Battle Angel, like, voiced on an existing manga? Based on Gunm. Battle Angel Alita, known in Japan as Ganmu, literally Gun Dream, is a Japanese cyberpunk manga series created by... Is it Kishiro Yukito? And originally published in Shueisha's Business Jump magazine. Excuse me, Business Jump. That's the seinen magazine. It's like, all right, now we've got Shonen Jump, right? Okay. And that's good, you know, for the kids, for the shonen. But what are we gonna call our manga magazine intended for adults? Well, Business Jump, of course.
What just happened? Did the witness just admit to lying?
I sensed it. There was a great aura emanating from her forehead. Very cool. So the lady was lying, it seems.
That's correct. She said she had no connection to the Maractus clinic, but her connection was deep indeed, a bit too deep. If the Katakis got a hold of this chart with her name, she'd be finished. Isn't that right, Ms. Tiala?
You guessed it.
Order! Order!
Cool aura, bro. Really sick. Fuck yeah, man. I really dig your aura.
Aura sucks to say with a German accent. It's like, because I was thinking when I played either the first or second game that Von Karma didn't sound like a German name, and so I looked up how they pronounce karma in German, and it's Karma, which fucking blows to say. I did it! I broke her testimony! Amazing, Apollo. I didn't see it at all. Daddy was right about you. Daddy gave you good advice. Wait!
Miss Tiala?
it's true. That chart was bad news for me. That's why I went to meet the doctor that day. But that's all. I told him about Waki and went home.
It appears this cross-examination is far from over.
What?
She hid the truth from us, this is clear, yet it is not clear that this truth has anything to do with the case at hand.
Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony, and we'll have a bit more cross-examination.
Ugh, I was so close. You're still close. Keep on her, Apollo. Nothing happened at all. I warned him and left. The thing is, that's not true. Should I present the bullet, maybe? Or the lamp? The lamp could have broken during the break-in at the clinic. But the bullet couldn't have because it was inside the safe. Objection! There we go. You say nothing happened in the doctor's office. I disagree. Take a look at this.
What's that? It looks like a squished up ball of clay. Kind of like you, actually. This bullet was found in the Maractus Clinic office. Something did happen in that office, Miss Tiala.
Enough of this joking around. The police investigated that clinic.
Ah, but this was stuck inside the doctor's safe.
Inside the safe?
Hey, it's the first time we get to see sweaty Clavier. I guess the police didn't check that far.
But there's a problem. How can you say that the bullet was fired on that day?
Weren't you the one who explained rifling marks to us? The pistol was taken from the Kataki mansion that day. If the marks on this bullet match the murder weapon, then that proves a firearm was discharged in that office on the day of the murder.
Not bad, Herr Forehead.
Bailiff, have this bullet analyzed immediately. I guess we'll all just sit on our hands for a couple hours. 30 minutes later, a report arrives.
30 minutes later, a report arrives. The rifling marks on both bullets are identical.
Well, it seems as though the bullet in the safe was fired from the murder weapon. Perhaps the defense would like to state their position?
Bullet in that safe proves one fact. A pistol was fired in that office on that day. And at the time of the firing, the safe was open. The safe which contained the top secret chart.
Do you think someone was threatening Dr. Maractus in order to open the safe?
No, because it was inside the safe, you idiot. Only one person was in a position to do such a thing. Our witness, Alita Tiala. No one else could have been in that office on that day. No, but it was fired from the gun.
Order! 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 Mr. Justice, where are you going with this? Are you accusing the witness?
Alita Tiala knew about Waki Kataki's botched operation. She got engaged to him without telling him about it. As long as that bullet remained in his chest, his days were numbered. What if she married him and then the bullet finally reached its destination?
What?
That reminds me. Apparently, the Katakis have been asserting themselves in lawful business practices. They're making quite a great deal of money. A fortune, if you will.
Nefarious! So she planned to marry him just to get her hands on this fortune?
Objection! You keep talking trash about my Alita, and I'll sue you, lawyer man!
Me? That's so interesting. I think that her name and, like, design probably were partially inspired by Alita Battle Angel. That hadn't occurred to me at all. I assumed it was a later drawn, but it's not. It was from the 90s.
Yeah, you said you'd abuse my Alita!
I think you mean accuse?
Same difference! Well, you can't have her, she's mine! It was me, I shot that doctor, me! He left me to die, so I left him to die too, there in that park!
Waki, just cool down a second, please.
You keep your hands off my Alita, or I'll...
T.
Miss Tiala?
I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've laughed so hard. Something funny? Waki, wake up and smell reality.
Alita, baby?
This game sure does love its secret femme fatale girlfriends. The signature on the chart, the engagement. I mean, come on, it's so obvious. Even for a brainless, spoiled brat such as yourself.
Alita!
Your honesty is like a breath of foul air, Fräulein.
Hey, I wasn't getting out of this clean anyway. Okay, yeah. So, the family fortune is what you're really after. That's right, I wanted the money.
Oh wait, that's whack! I ain't trying to hear that!
Should have done the wedding earlier. Oh well. By the way, can I ask you a question?
Who, me?
I believe you said you were going to abuse me.
Accuse?
Of what crime, might I ask? Oh, I'm a bad girl, sure. I got close to that brat because I wanted his money. But he was the one with the pistol. He could have fired it into the safe after I'd already left the clinic.
What?
I would never do a thing like that. It was definitely that silly brat. Bars?
Wait, but what are you talking about?
Trucy?
You had the most to lose if that chart was found.
But I didn't have a pistol, now did I?
Well, you could have taken Waki's.
You'd think he'd have mentioned that, no?
All I've heard him say is, it was me, I shot him. That's only because he's trying to protect you.
Sorry to intrude on this lovely conversation, but the two of you are forgetting one critical point.
What point?
Certainly the Fräulein wanted the chart. You assume she threatened the doctor into opening that safe. But then, wouldn't she have taken the chart?
Oh,
You see? That chart wouldn't have been left in that safe.
he's right.
Miss Tiala,
Yes?
it is clear to this court that you are not a very good fiancé.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Perhaps it's time you told us the truth. Tell us about yourself, including your actions and whereabouts on that day.
Don't forget, we've proven that you were at the Maractus Clinic on the day of the crime.
MK, it's weird. The judge is like competent in this one. Yes, I went to the clinic that day to speak to the doctor. I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it. So I went back to the clinic later. In any case, I didn't shoot him. You don't even have proof I stole that pistol, do you? And that brat was spotted in the park at the moment of the crime. Frankly, I don't think it matters if Dr. Maractus was shot in the temple or not. Shit, how did she know about that?
You went back later?
That chart was dangerous, you understand. I needed to get rid of it. That's why I went that day.
But you couldn't get the chart then, could you?
And later that night, Dr. Maractus was shot. I heard about the shooting, waited a day, but then I had to go back. No easy feat with the cops all over the place.
Ah, that was you?
Boom.
Apollo! That sound! It came from behind the store. Remember the flashback? Did somebody broke into the clinic? You guys remember that?
So you were the burglar.
That was you two? If only I had one more minute. Then I could have opened that safe and gotten the chart.
What? That's trespassing, and brazen at that.
Oh, is this a trial for trespassing now? Besides, you can't blame a girl for wanting to protect herself. They are gangsters, you know.
In any case, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination.
Admitting the little crime to avoid the big one, eh? Chum chum.
Cross-examination.
The doctor was shot in the right temple, yes? So it seems.
Let's review the facts again, shall we? Is the killer shot from this location? The bullet would have struck our victim square in the forehead. However, the entry wound was in the right temple.
Yes, we heard testimony on this yesterday. At the time of the shooting, the witness was standing here.
No, he wasn't.
Just before the gun was fired, he shouted. The victim turned his head to look and was shot.
But that testimony was proven to be a lie. Our egregious panty snatcher, Mr. Stickler, did witness the crime. But he was standing to the north, next to the trash can where he tossed those panties. Mr. Stickler shouted from this location the bullet couldn't hit his right temple.
Silly, silly attorney.
What?
Do you remember what you had for breakfast that morning?
Do you remember, Trucy?
I always have a glass of milk for breakfast.
A glass of milk with no food?
What matters is one thing. The doctor was shot in his right temple. If that's the case, there can only be one explanation. The panties guy was mistaken.
But his location was proven. You can't write that off as him being mistaken.
Then why don't you show us, Herr Forehead?
Show you what?
Must I explain everything? Very well, let's recap.
Garrulous, that did happen in the last case of the previous game, with the corpse swinging from the rope on the rope bridge.
If the witness, Panty Sky, was standing to the north,
I love how they stopped using his name.
then where was the shooter standing? From what location did the shoot?
Oh my god.
From what location did the killer shoot the victim?
But wait! If the witness was standing there, how could anyone shoot the victim in the right temple?
I merely laid out the facts for us. It is up to the one possessing the shiny forehead to show us. If you can, that is.
Waki Kataki was standing at the killer mark, Wesley Stickler at the witness mark, and of course Pal Maractus was at the victim mark.
Let's hear what the defense has to say. Where was the killer standing when they shot the victim?
As the facts stand now, we can't explain this crime without contradicting ourselves at some point. But I know why. The real killer shot from an entirely different location. What are you talking about? I don't see any other place.
Apparently, Mr. Justice does. Let's hear it. Where in the park did the killer shoot the victim from?
It's time to raise the roof and the stakes. Penalties are such frightening things, don't you think? What if they were a bit more terrifying? Like so.
Double penalty?
Herr Forehead wishes to take us in a new direction? Then he must be ready for the challenges ahead.
Challenge accepted. It's justice time. Are you sure, Apollo? The key is the witness, Mr. Stickler's testimony. We believe that, and we know where he stood. And the victim turned when he shouted. Come on, how obvious do you want to make this for me? I felt so smart for figuring it out already. If your lawyer ever does the air guitar in court, you paid both too little and too much for them. He should just have his physical guitar in the courtroom with him, and he should be amped. Take that! I believe we all owe a debt of gratitude. Ms. Alita Tiala. What do you mean? Thanks to you, we had a chance to review the crime. And this time, we were prepared. We know that Wesley Stickler was telling the truth. We should have listened to him from the beginning. Wesley Stickler was standing next to the trash can when he saw the two men. He shouted just as he told us in his testimony. And the victim turned to look in his direction. A shot was fired. The victim was hit in the right temple.
Oh no!
Oh yes! Which direction was his right temple facing at that moment? That's right, towards the noodle stand.
Order! Order! So you're saying the killer was inside the noodle stand?
Fuck off. Let's think about this a bit more, shall we? You say the killer was inside the noodle stand, which would mean the victim, Dr. Maractus, came to the park wheeling his own murderer in the cart behind him.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'd think you'd notice if you were pulling someone along. There's something we should worry about before that. Why was he pulling the noodle stand in the first place?
I know, right, Todd? Let's deal with our problems one at a time, shall we? Someone was hiding in the stand. We have not come this far to talk about possibilities. Let's talk about proof, baby. Show us evidence that proves someone was in that stand.
Can I prove that? You want evidence that someone was in that stand? Well, I've got it.
Intriguing. Let's see what you've got. Show us proof that someone was hiding in the noodle stand.
The Maractus Clinic, and they're covered with paint. These slippers were found in a trash can near the crime scene.
And
a single slipper print was found at the scene, right next to the noodle stand. Oh, and Ms. Tiala, your toe print was found in the left slipper. In other words, this is proof you were inside that noodle stand. Objection! Eek! Sorry, I forgot to eek.
yet there was only one slipper mark found at the scene. Can this be called a footprint in good faith?
Observe the diagram. A park pathway runs straight next to the slipper mark. Right next to the slipper mark, excuse me. A slipper wouldn't leave a trace on a cobblestone path.
Yet you still cannot say this is a footprint, yeah?
Why not?
You have an impression left by a single slipper. What if it was on the stand and simply fell to the ground?
That's
That's just dumb. Yeah, it is dumb. It was compressed into the ground with someone's body weight.
One more thing. A noodle stand is typically cluttered amidst the tools of the noodle-making trade. There's no room for a person to hide in there.
You have a point. Could someone have hidden in that stand?
Apollo, I think I might be onto something. I think I figured out one of our pieces of evidence. In order to make room in the stand, some things would have to be...
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have proof that someone could have hidden in the noodle stand?
I can prove one thing. Someone did scheme to clear space in that stand. This is a noodle bowl from the stolen Eldoon's Noodles noodle stand.
Yes, and what about it?
We discovered a large quantity of these bowls yesterday in the lobby of the Maractus Clinic.
A large quantity of noodle bowls in the victim's clinic?
Mr. Eldoon was very clear about the bowls. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there, too. Yet the bowls were removed. That night, there was space inside that noodle stand. Space created at the Maractus Clinic, no less. Right around the time that you were there, Ms. Alita Tiala. Stop! I won't listen to any more of these wild fantasies. No, not fantasies. They're worse lies than that spoiled brat's pickup lines.
I would like to remind the witness of her current status. This court does not consider you entirely innocent.
Show me an innocent. I'll show you a fairy tale.
In any case, the defense has somehow made its point. The witness had both a motive and an opportunity to kill Dr. Maractus.
More fairy tales. This whole trial is a fairy tale.
Then please pull us back down to reality, Ms. Tiala. I'm giving you one last chance to explain yourself.
This is it. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand that night? And what was Alita Tiala doing inside it? Time to get to the bottom of this case. That night, I went to ask Dr. Maractus for the chart. I had no intention of ever letting that chart fall into the Kataki family's hands. But Dr. Maractus didn't understand. For some reason, he thought the Katakis had sent me. So I gave up and went home. All I did was talk to him. You knew about the botched operation. I don't have any evidence. Oh, I do have evidence of a struggle in the room, actually. She would probably just say that she broke it during the break-in, but I could try presenting it. So you tried to get rid of the chart to save yourself! I won't make excuses. And I did warn the good doctor. I gave him a chance. I told him that Brat got his health checkup report, and that he was coming to settle the score.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the last testimony. Either I perceive the truth or it's over. Oh. Yeah, actually, I felt my bracelet respond, but I couldn't see a thing. Time to perceive the truth. Right. So here's the thing. All I did was talk to him. Do you remember in the previous case when I thought I remembered that the waitress got strangled?
Gotcha!
All I did was talk and lie. What? Show me proof. I'm pretty sure about this one. I think I'm getting the hang of this. Little slip in confidence and they give it all away. Proof is you, Ms. Tiala. All I did was talk to him, you claim. Yet you can't hide your own nervous twitch when you say those words. My twitch? What are you talking about? You have a habit of scratching the area of your neck around the edge of your scarf. What? This is working better than I'd hoped. Her unconscious actions tell the truth she won't say. Habits and lies, 2 dots. Connect the dots and find the truth. Don't look at me like that. I told you the truth. It seems that when you recall what really happened in that office, you can't keep your hands off your neck, can you? It seems that nervous habits
are unconscious reactions that manifest when someone is trying to hide something. They're really hitting this note hard. You can't hide behind your scarf, Ms. Tiala. Something happened between you and the victim in the Maractus Clinic office. And I've got proof that shows exactly what happened.
Good, I couldn't figure out why he would take all the bowls out and put her in the stand, but I actually do remember now. What's that?
You're touching your scarf again. There's something unusual about this lamp. The bulb is broken, and there's a red splotch on the cord. Seeing how you hide your neck, I think I can come up with a plausible explanation for the lamp's state.
Well, spit it out! This talking in circles nonsense is killing me.
Very well. The answer is very simple, Ms. Alita Tiala. Please remove your scarf.
The feathers are really fun.
Choom choom.
This is a trial to determine what happens in that park. Yet we seem to have drifted off target.
We'll find out soon enough if we're drifting. As soon as the witness removes her scarf.
I won't do it. This is insane. I'm an unrelated third party. You can't order me to remove my clothing.
Ms. Tiala, I order you to remove your clothing. I'm afraid you've forgotten what's already been proven.
What?
You're hardly unrelated. Please remove your scarf.
No. No!
Is she wearing a blue scrunchie on her one wrist? I knew it. So I was right, wasn't I, Ms. Alita Tiala?
Ahem.
Your neck! That isn't what I think it is!
Something did happen that night at the Maractus Clinic. You needed to get that chart back no matter what it took. Even if you had to steal your fiancé's pistol to do it.
But wait! Looking at this lamp and the witness's neck, it looks like the very opposite happened.
Exactly. The victim in the clinic that night was this witness, specifically. You tried to threaten Dr. Maractus and he attacked you.
Now, she did put her scarf back on immediately thereafter, so we didn't have to save other versions of this sprite.
That's what happened that night at the Maractus Clinic.
Woo! Cute sprite.
Order! 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 Will someone please tell me what really happened?
I told you the truth already. I went to the clinic that night to warn Dr. Maractus. She has feathers on her, like, chest accent piece on her dress. Yes, Garrulous. Just so, Bremy. It's a very special story to me. That gangster knows everything. He's coming for you. Damn, look at Maractus here. Real ugly bastard hours.
Looks like my clinic's seen its last patient.
We have to get rid of that chart. Quick, open your safe. Give it to me.
So you can save your own skin?
What?
I know what you're up to. You want in with the family. And if they see that chart, you're finished. Leaving me holding the short straw. But if I'm going down, I'll want some company. You!
And what happened next? He jumped at me and knocked me to the floor. Then he took that cord. Holy fuck! Pal Maractus was serious. Deadly serious. He really tried to strangle me. I must have blacked out. It's really, really funny that he apparently didn't notice that she was dead, that she wasn't dead, because he's a fucking doctor.
So, you were the victim.
And the red splotch on the cord was your lipstick.
She's not really wearing lipstick. I didn't want to remember that night. That's why I didn't bring it up. There, are you happy now? Eh? I was out cold, almost killed. And you claim I then snuck into that noodle stand? But how could I? Ah! Yeah, MK.
Well, one thing is clear. We now know what really happened at the Maractus Clinic. It would seem that our victim was not entirely without blame himself.
I'm sorry. I get so nervous just thinking of it. It's hard to breathe. I've told you everything. Can I go home now?
You bear some responsibility for events that day, true. Yet if you were also a victim, this court would owe you some sympathy.
No, but sympathy is not whatever.
Well, Mr. Justice, don't you agree? You sympathize? I believe this clears up the remaining questions for Ms. Tiala.
When did this happen? Suddenly everyone's sympathizing with her. I don't know what to think.
There's not a jury. It doesn't matter who's sympathizing with her.
I don't know what to think anymore, Apollo. I mean, is that it? Do we know everything we need to about Ms. Tiala?
Very well. This finishes the cross-examination of this...
He's got a fucking signet ring with his logo on it.
Not so fast. This part is just getting started. Now we walk! What? Those spikes on your head are soft as they look. Or you do not have the stomach. Or do you not have the stomach to go all the way?
Prosecutor Gavin?
Helmeractus choked the little Tiala. She fell unconscious. But what happened next?
He's right. There is more we don't know. But she was choked hard enough to leave that mark. She would have been out for a while. Even still, what if it was her in the noodles? What if it was her in the noodle stand? Alita Tiala half dead. Dr. Maractus pulling that stand. This is a good-ass song. And a bullet fired from inside the noodle stand. What if it's all true? We might have already figured out what truly happened that night. Ms. Alita Tiala, as you can see, we're not through with you just yet. You really want to blame me for this murder, don't you? You too, Prosecutor Gavin. I hardly think it's the district attorney's job to determine guilt in a crime.
Me? Fräulein, I only wish to know the truth.
Well, let's go back over what we've learned up till now. On the day of the murder, Walkie saw his checkup report, in which he learned about the bullet still inside him. So he took a pistol from the family stash, with the intent to give Dr. Maractus some of his own medicine. And Ms. Tiala heard about this from Walkie, so she went to the Maractus clinic ahead of him, in order to get rid of the chart with her signature. But then, something happened.
Sounds like you figured it all out. But remember, I was the victim. I was out cold.
But what about Dr. Maractus?
That does seem to be the problem. They just strangled the little Tiala. Perhaps he sought to death. What did he do after his crime?
It's so funny that he didn't fucking determine her death. My god, he's a doctor.
I was just knocked out, not dead.
From the state of his clinic and the scene in the park, I think it's clear what the good doctor did next. Well, Herr Forehead, care to guess?
Really appreciate that we're not starting over from scratch for the themes developed in the first game, re-prosecutors and defenders. I agree.
Well, Mr. Justice, what did Dr. Maractus do?
Maybe he did think he killed Alita Tiala. Do I have evidence to show what he did next?
The bowls or also the noodle cart?
A large quantity of bowls were found in the clinic. Bowls that belonged in a certain noodle stand, which means the stand was at that clinic. Why? Because Dr. Maractus stole it and brought it there.
What, killing me disturbed him that much? So much he randomly stole a noodle stand?
It wasn't so random. Remember, he removed all the bowls. Maybe because the stand was heavy? Or he wanted to put something in the stand in their place.
Wait, you don't mean...
I do. Dr. Maractus did replace those bowls with something. Your corpse, Ms. Tiala. My corpse! Dr. Maractus panicked. He thought he'd killed you.
His next move would be to dispose of the body.
That's crazy talk. You're all crazy. Then let's think about it, logically. The doctor had a place to dispose of you in mind. But on his way there, who should he run into but the defendant, Walkie Kataki?
I question your logic.
What's this, Professor Gavin? Professor Prosecutor Gavin?
The park is a dead end. Why would he head in that direction to begin with?
That's right. He had no reason to go there. Oh, now I get it. It was a trick. That spoiled brat made him do it. He made the doctor steal the sand. Tell me, why would someone go to a dead end? Unless the park was his destination. What?
Apparently, the defense has an idea. Tell us where Dr. Maractus was heading with the stand. Here, please show us on this diagram. It's very zoomed in, so it's obvious. To where exactly was the victim dragging the stand? There? That's a river.
Yes, Your Honor. I scarcely need to explain why.
A perfect place to dispose of a body.
He was going to throw me in that river?
He didn't have many other options, Fräulein.
I believe this clears up all of the remaining questions. The victim pulling the stand and the defendant before him. And inside the stand, you, Ms. Alita Tiala. And then the denouement. Wesley Stickler of panty snatching fame walks up. Seeing the two men, he shouts. In that instant... Yeah, we spent a lot of money and time on this render. Very proud of this 3D render. Jesus Christ. So, I shot him? I mean, you would know that better than us. You were the only one who could have stolen Waukie's pistol. It had to be you.
Well, Miss Tiala?
Nice work. You mean I'm right? I mean, you've done a fine job dreaming up a story. To get that spoiled brat off the hook. You're the one who's dreaming. Apollo's backed up everything he's said with facts. If you're so sure he's making it up, give us another reason. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand through the park? Who knows? But there's one gaping hole in your logic. I think Mr. Gavin knows whereof I speak. Whereof what? I can't believe she's still trying to deny this.
Is this true, Prosecutor Gavin?
Must I always be the one to point out Herr Forehead's errors?
Maybe there really is something.
I believe the Fräulein speaks of Herr Doctor's car.
His car? That's right. The Maractus Clinic has that big garage.
In which sat a green sports car, was it?
Why would he steal the stand in the first place? If he wanted to carry a body, he would have used his car.
So we find the victim without probable cause to steal that stand. And our defense without a case.
I have an idea. You know that green car? I bet it wouldn't run. It was broken.
Oh, what an excellent counter-argument, Fräulein. Too bad you're quite wrong.
Hey,
Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened to your daddy.
Daddy?
That's right. That night, the car that hit Mr. Wright was that green sports car.
Oh, yes, I'd nearly forgotten about it.
Afterward, he drove it back to the garage. It ran fine.
That's right. So why didn't he use his beloved sports car?
A glaring contradiction, to be sure. More glaring than your forehead.
No! No! His forehead really isn't that big. They could have made it bigger if they were going to take this line with him.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Justice, why didn't Dr. Maractus use his car to carry the body?
Is that a groan of surrender I hear?
Good God, Claver, Jesus.
Some advice. Now's a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned of his last 2 days.
Everything I've learned.
Mr. Justice, this contradiction casts doubt on your entire case. This is truly your last chance. Save the game now. The defense will explain to us what happened that night.
I really like... It's only in the most recent 2 games. In the third Phoenix Wright game and then in this game. But in both of those, the prosecutor has their own theme, which is really great. I don't think even Edgeworth had his own theme in the first game. Wait, no! What did I just hit? I didn't mean to hit that. Using a car for 2 manslaughters in one night. Oh, the car didn't run! Because of the fucking panties in the muffler. I have an idea. It's all coming together. That night, Dr. Maractus couldn't use his car. Ha! Now you're making even less sense than usual. Not according to my information, Ms. Tiala. Put one and one together and the explanation is simple.
It's usually 2 and 2.
If it's so simple, perhaps you could show us some evidence? Show us proof why the car wouldn't run that night.
Take that!
Let's see now. Panties again!
I really wish they gave us some crowd dialogue there. This guy just loves showing up with panties. This has nothing to do with...
All sorts of things come out of my panties. Even the truth.
What the fuck?
Another crime was committed the night of the murder. The theft of these panties. The latest in a string of similar thefts, actually. But that night, the snatcher was caught in the act. A brave young girl chased the thief until he hid in the Maractus Clinic garage.
What?
The snatcher hid the panties there before running. Perhaps someone in this court remembers where he hid them?
Why, weren't they found in the car's exhaust pipe?
Exactly. By the way, I learned something yesterday. A very important piece of information. And I learned it from you, Prosecutor Gavin.
So you were here investigating?
And I was on my way home when my hog gave up the ghost.
Your hog?
My motorcycle won't start. A clogged exhaust pump.
Too bad. It looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that it could break just from that.
Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. Clog the exhaust and they won't run.
I assumed that was Spoon, the ramen guy's dog. My, how interesting. While Ms. Tiala and the doctor were struggling, the panty snatcher snuck into the Maractus garage. From that time until the time we found these, that car wouldn't start.
What?
That's why Dr. Maractus had to use the noodle stand. It was the next closest thing he could think of. Yeah, well, Miss Tiala? This wraps your doubts up quite nicely, I think.
So it does.
You know what? I am guilty. Where am I? So dark, can't see. Cramped. The pain. My throat's burning.
What's your problem?
Yo, Doc, I know what you did. Ugh.
Walkie?
You lied to me. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, man.
Wait, let me explain.
Fine, I'll give you your last request.
Listen, you're being tricked, but not how you think. It's not just me.
No, you'll ruin everything.
Ooh, cute silhouette.
I have to stop him.
Sister said wants you to.
I love Clavier. Oh, the art style R beat? Totally. Honey, this isn't the way it was supposed to turn out. Oh well, too bad.
There's still one mystery. How did you manage to disappear from that stand?
In the silence after the shot, I heard the witness running.
I believe we heard as much from Wesley Stickler. He went to use a public phone to inform the police.
Which is when I made my escape. Which is when you left that slipper print. Dr. Maractus didn't bother taking my slippers off. I threw them out after I stepped in that print. After I stepped in that paint, though. Too bad, crime girl. Thank you for the $3 donation. Probably MK. That was your mistake. No, my biggest mistake was coming to you for help, Mr. Justice. I believed in you. You and your anything agency. If anyone would get Walkie declared guilty, it was you.
I believe we've reached a conclusion of sorts. Prosecutor Gavin, how is Ms. Alita Tiana doing?
She's confessed to everything. We're processing her arrest now.
Prosecutor Gavin sure seems calm for someone who just lost. I think he already knew. He'd figured out she was the killer a while ago.
Some advice. Now's a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned of the past 2 days.
We lost. I didn't exactly win either.
Something's the matter, Herr Forehead?
Looks like it's time to announce a verdict. Not guilty!
Garrulous, it hit him before. So Maractus was driving back to his clinic. He hit Phoenix, and the mirror snapped off. He went to his he got to his clinic. He parked in the garage. He went upstairs. Alida Tiala showed up at the clinic. They had their conversation and their struggle, during which time Wesley showed up, hid in the garage, and stuffed the panties into the tailpipe.
Court is adjourned.
June 17th, 4:12 p.m.
Great job, Apollo. You did it.
Yeah, we did somehow.
Waukie's off the hook.
Free to become the gangster he's always wanted to be, except he's gonna die in like a week.
Congrats, you're dying and single.
Hey, attorney man! You're gonna pay for what you did to my Alita, Holmes!
Or to blame, I guess. He's got you to thank, or to blame, I guess.
You give my Alita back! Stupid pointy-headed attorney with a death wish!
Enough, Waukie. It's me, Manfred. No, wait. Winfred, sorry. It's Manfred von Karma. I'm Winfred Big Wins Kitaki. That's what they call me.
Mr. Kitaki.
It's high time you opened your eyes, Waukie.
What do you know, old man? I think it's about time you opened yours! Giving up the life, trying to become some kind of businessman! Don't talk about what you...
Oh. Don't talk about what you don't understand, Waukie.
I'm afraid the guard is going to throw them both out. So in the first case, the guy Justice was working with was the killer. In the second case, the person that asked him to defend was the killer. Well, I think that latter example has happened before. Maybe? It's hard to remember who made the initial request with Phoenix in every preceding case. I'm afraid the guard is going to throw them both out. Not in jail. Wouldn't that be a happy ending?
Hey, maybe we can help them out. We know why Mr. Kitaki needs to make so much money. Maybe we should tell Waukie. Waukie, Apollo has something to tell you.
Huh? I do? Way to put me on the spot.
What's that?
Show him the reason why, Apollo.
Why is Mr. Kitaki trying to become a businessman? To save you because you're fucking terminally injured.
Take that!
Yes, Yaktin Saiban, MK. Hey, your son's dying? Here's my bill. Think about it, Waukie. Think about your condition. I talked with your mother, Little Plum, yesterday.
It pays, but we needed a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is.
Look at his fucking face. She doesn't mean.
You aren't really, are you?
I searched the globe, and I found one. A doctor who can take that bullet out of you, Waukie. But it's an expensive procedure.
Man, but you got plenty of money already, don't you?
I won't use it. Fuck you. I hate you. It was the gangster life that did this to you, Waukie. I want to help you, and I want to do it clean. Behold my tiny eyeballs. Please understand, Waukie.
Dad. Learn about money laundering, man. Man, I see how it is, old man. Always you looking out for Waukie? Listen good, old man. One day, I'm gonna take you out. Then we'll see who's the OG. You try to hide in your business suit, I'll find you. Stupid old geezer. Waukie?
No, says it should be.
Mr. Kitaki. I liked him more without the puppy dog eyes.
I'm glad to have met you. I'm not so good with words, but I know a professional job when I see one. Thank you.
Who? Me? I don't think...
Someday, I'll bake you one of our latest, the Kentucky lime pie.
He's opening a pie shop?
So long. Bye.
He was gone. Well, let's head back, Apollo, to the Right Anything Agency. Hey, since when do I work at your agency? Aw, we make a good team. Don't just stand there. Let's get going. By the way, Trucy, were you also strangled? This is like the third girl in a row who's worn a scarf in this game. Don't just stand there. Get going. Why not? She did help me out. And there's a few questions that still need answers. We'll call you Friend of the Yakuza, Mr. Justice. ¿Quieres ser amigo del Yakuza? I don't know how you'd say it in Japanese. Like this power of mine that she showed me. And my bracelet. Anyone can help me figure it out, it's her. Yakuza no tomodachi or Yakuza no nakama? I don't know how I would say want to be, though. I am not good enough at Japanese. I've barely taken any Japanese lessons in my entire life. Though I can't say I care much for what her father has become. Oh, that's right! We have to go someplace first. Huh? Where? Why to claim our reward from Mr. Aldoon? Ah, salty noodles, right. You gotta stand back already? Oh, and after that, you can come see my show! With a special appearance by the amazing Mr. Hap. Neck scarves, they're all the rage in the great country of in the year of
It's special, all right.
Please, anything but him. Yay! That's the end of the case. Hooray! Ba-da-da. Trial day 2, post-trial wrap-up. Save complete, okay. No, that's okay. Just take me to the next chapter, man. All right.
Let's rock.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh yeah, that guy.
We love you.
It looks like he's flipping them off.
Rock on, everyone. This part is. Oh my God.
Get out your head. It became French. It became French. It became French.
That's right, baby. It's nice just getting started.
There we go. Sorry, I needed time.
Thank you for coming to the Governor's Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission.
It became French. That can happen real fast. You gotta watch out for that. July 7th, 8:05 p.m., backstage hallway.
The Governor's.
This is so cool. Us at a Governor's concert. Huh? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Governor's putting the sick back in music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off? They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Governor's show. Trucy, you didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Clavier, what a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock. God-awful, maybe. Oh, god-awful, maybe. I bought all their stuff on the way home from that trial. I got 12 Governor's albums and 15 concert videos. She did the I Poble, that's right. Congrats, Practical. God, I wish that was me. That was quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance. For Mr. Right, that sounds like a real act of generosity. She's so cute. Who would have imagined me here at a concert ever? At a Governor's concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin rock. Be honest, he was kind of cool. And I'm kind of envious. Apollo, what you're feeling is sexual attraction.
I'm sorry, man. That's how it starts. You can't shut up about how fucking cool this guy is. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. The Gaviners sounds like they play Irish folk music. All right. July 7th, Gaviner's dressing room. Ah, you made it.
Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets.
And the invoice you sent along with them.
You were incredible up there on stage, Mr. Gavin.
Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself.
Lamoureux.
Oh no, I never learned how to pronounce this. I am going to look up how to say it in French because that O-I-R ending looks French, and I'm gonna go with whatever that is.
Lamoureux.
Lamoureux? Lamoureux? Okay, do I have the spelling right? I do. Lamoureux. I guess so. Not sure it's supposed to be French. Just, can you think of a fucking language that fits? How the fuck would I say it with an American accent? God damn it. Lamoureux? It's Lamoureux, right? In French? I'd probably just pronounce the R's. Wow, right.
Lamoureux's singing, right? The siren of the ballad?
Oh, yeah. The Siren of the Ballad. Wouldn't it be Ballad of the Siren? Did they fuck up with the Japanese possessive article and the localization there? That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. All the way over from non-specified country.
That's right. I happened to catch a show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us.
Lamoureux says, you praise me too highly.
Oh, who is this guy? Is he the one talking? Or is it Lamoureux's? Because she has like a little boyo who speaks for her. Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge.
Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Letousse.
Welcome, viewer, to the pinnacle of Ace Attorney naming conventions.
Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Letousse. Boss? Lamoureux's manager, and her interpreter, incidentally.
Okay, thank you.
It is a great honor for us to be here, and a great honor for Lamoureux to be heard in this country.
Ah, of course, she only speaks in hieroglyphics. That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. Alright. It's probably, I'm gonna assume it's like Animal Crossing language.
Ew, it's Lamoureux. I'm actually meeting Lamoureux.
Lamoureux, mysterious songstress. Lamoureux, right. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this lady I know. Oh, it's Link. Now this is music. She's a real artist, not like that fucking hack, Gavin.
Lamoureux,
How the fuck do you say it?
Lamoureux says, we have long looked forward to this group performance.
Ah, Lamoureux, your voice. It is art.
Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice.
Okay. He's mute, actually. I thought that this was her interpreter kit. I've seen this kid somewhere before.
He plays piano at all of Lamoureux's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist.
Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear.
Allow me to introduce Machito Bai. He is blind. This is why he never strays far from Lamoureux. They are always together.
They're like characters from some fairy tale. Or anime.
Lamoureux is so, what's that word? Exotic. And mysterious.
She does seem quite pretty, at least her eyes do. You can see her entire face through that veil. Hers is a kind of sightseeing music. Look, they're using the French word for music. MK, Trucy can have a little Orientalism as a treat. Huh?
She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm.
Sights into song. That's so poetic.
She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The guitar serenade. I hope you enjoy it.
I can't wait.
And now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the governors hard rock a little rest. Lemurois, the stage is yours. The band members will not play during Lemurois' ballad. Only Machi's tender tones and Lemurois' dulcet voice. And my guitar, of course.
Your fucking screeching electric guitar. Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in Chords of Steel. See, he has a thing for Trucy.
Shall we hit the stage then?
Good luck, Mr. Gavin.
Take care your hearts aren't stolen away, yeah? Especially you, Mr. Defense Attorney.
Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly.
Sugar, sugar. Oh my god, look at these 3D graphics. God, I used to listen to this all the time. Like in high school. I think you have to listen to it a lot of times in this game as well. Clavier looks really fucked up in 3D. Let me crank the game audio.
More friends! More allies!
And thank you for the follow. This looks so good. No! Clavier's looking like Second Life over there. Oh, I should probably be paying attention to the lyrics. Ooh, a magic trick. Oh, he does have an acoustic guitar. Oh my god.
Never seen a woman.
Oh, and thank you for the subscription. That's very kind of you. Damn, look at them cloth physics. Wow, how did they do that? Wow, it sounds exactly like the Zora singing from Majora's Mask. Fucking Clavier with his guitar. July 7th, 9:05 p.m., backstage hallway. Oh, I'm not clicked into the window.
I command thee, groove!
Wow, wasn't Lamorar amazing? I even cried a little.
I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was.
Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero.
I'm not sure I'd call that art.
Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show.
How many breaks does this band need? July 7th, Gaviner's dressing room. Look at that leather jacket.
What the fuck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible.
He seems upset.
Pole of Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me?
Hey, I didn't do it. So much for risking your life for art.
The guitar serenade is ruined, ruined.
Well, let's try to talk to him at least.
I'm not sure that's the best move right now. The flaming guitar.
You mean the guitar that wasn't part of the act?
Part of the act? Would burn up a guitar on purpose.
But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away.
Vic, since the audience salted us, sounds like he got lucky.
They probably thought it was part of the act.
And so it was a fucking assassination attempt. The bomb failed to spark, and so his guitar just caught on fire instead.
At least I did.
He got lucky and he didn't realize it. Anyways, a guitar was a Ferrari of guitars. All the speed, all the sound, and the price. If I banned one of those at every show, I'd go broke.
Unusually frugal for a rock band. Try saying that to Mr. Gavin.
Achtung! There's been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken.
Daddy told me there'd be days like these.
Is that a fucking Friends reference? Friends theme song reference?
That guitar was a Ferrari of guitars, and I like Ferrari.
It sucks trying to say that with a German accent.
Wasn't Lamirar's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin?
Ah, yes, right. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody.
You know, I was surprised she could sing in English.
I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here.
Sugar, sugar. Sugar, do, 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 do. Oh, honey, honey, do, 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 do. Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry, guys. I forgot to pop the music back down. I'm always proudest of the voice acting I do, and I fucking forget to turn the game audio back down. It's overpowering me.
A lyrics sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself and Lamiroir.
Yippee! Thanks so much!
All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. Lyrics sheet added to the court record.
Almost time for the third act of the night.
Oh, there's more?
Yes, Lamiroir's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you're ready to catch it.
Woohoo! Ready, Apollo?
I think I'll pass. I liked the bit with Lamirar, but the rest could use a volume knob turned way down. How ironic, I just did that myself.
Apollo, you're getting old.
Does 22? Boom, there you go. Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Fucking 22-year-old practicing defense attorney, go to hell.
Well, I'm going.
Let the old folks rest backstage, yeah? Time to rock.
Hey, you're older than I am! Alright, let's look at some shit. A police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. Guess the band is really into the police. Must be Prosecutor Gavin's bad influence. I thought rock and roll was all about being rebellious. Yeah. An old-fashioned speaker hangs from the ceiling. That must be to monitor what's happening out on stage. I think we have the same kind for my school's PA system. That police officer looks ready to rock. Some kids must see this and actually want to be cops. Somehow I don't think a rocking defense attorney would work too well. Yeah, that's true, Brent. That's an odd guitar. Sign is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. A strange mascot. He looks like he's crying. Since when was rock about crying? They should name this guy Emo. Fuck off. This game came out in 2007, by the way. Thick leather gloves and sunglasses. Maybe I'll try these on. On second thought, no. Might be evidence for one of Prosecutor Gavin's cases. Well, then they shouldn't be fucking sitting on the table in his green room. A postcard of Lamirar. I can't read a single word of the sentence at the bottom. Huh. I'm not getting a good look at it, but I feel like it might just be edited English text. Trucy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here. A delicious bowl of stew. Made of plastic. Oh, the bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concerts? Whatever happened to t-shirts?
Come to the Gaffiners concert. Buy our iconic fake soup.
chains dangle from the ceiling. They aren't glimmerous, but I bet Detective Sky'd have something to say about them. Fag! I only just realized that Gavin's logo is a G. There's graffiti on the mirror in lipstick. Don't think too hard about it, MK. Wait, but the Gaviners are all guys. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin wears lipstick? I mean, he probably wears lots of kinds of makeup, man. He has to go on stage. You're so ignorant, Apollo. That guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. Yeah, Brent, you'd think he'd be aware of the optics there. But in Japan, there's lots of contexts in which it is normal to wear an armband. Unlike in the US, where there aren't very many contexts in which it's normal to wear an armband for a specific reason. Guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. That's right, Trucy's not here to set me straight. Now I feel kind of lonely. Oh, is this the entire screen? For some reason I thought there was another half. Weirdo. Yes, just. Meekins. July 7th, backstage hallway. Hey, it's you, that Wright kid. Detective Sky. I'll let that Wright kid business pass. You're like Wright Jr., right? You're like the Muppet Babies version of Phoenix. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. So, Emma. Emma, you can't reclaim that? What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me in charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing with that glimmerous fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? This one? That's Lamirar's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snackoos in your face. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Yeah, she acquired a bad attitude in America, I mean Europe. I think that her character design is good. I don't think it needs to be any hornier than it is really, but I do think it would have been cute if she was showing midriff like they had discussed when they were designing her. What's that odd-looking doll doing there? Oh, that's for Blue Badger. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? Katonk. She snackooed me. Serves me right for going out from my way. Sorry, I don't speak snackoos. Midriff, just. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lamirar's bodyguard dropped it? Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? Ha! If you think you're gonna pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. At least I got her to stop munching. That's Prosecutor Gavin's, the Gaviner's dressing room. Put so much as a hand on the door and I'll snackoo you. Hold on! But I just came out of there! Don't play smart with me. Ugh. She would be a great streamer. But she gets pissed off about such little insignificant stuff all the time. People wouldn't tolerate that from a streamer. A Gaviner's guilty as charged tour poster. They're plastered all over the place. It's annoying. Well, this is the concert venue. It makes sense. Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster at the concert. It's part of the experience. Do you have to find fault with everything I say? Katonk. She snackooed me. It's a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I could even carry it. Katonk. She snackooed me. Guilty. Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. If you want tea so bad, buy it yourself. Katonk, she snakooed me. I'll take a tea. Yo, a girl is offering to let you buy her a drink, man. Fucking wise up. More evidence of Apollo's homosexuality. So this is Lamarar's dressing room. If you even think about going in there, I'll... What was that? Was that a gunshot? Something's going on. You, out of my way. Emma! Lamarar! Lamarar! It's not locked. I'm going in. When Phoenix got her hat, it stole all of her intuition and attention to detail. What's that awful noise? Oh my god, look at that huge Luger. Ah, it's Lamarar's manager, Mr. What's his name? Latouche! Oh no. Yep, that's Romain Latouche, Lamarar's interpreter. His first name is Romain. As the siren of the ballad from the tiny country of Borginia. He is blind. He's also 14. Did preliminary research on case. I guess she's doing that now. Fond of her Mr. Hat trick. Hey, you! Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. Why can't you fucking call for backup here? Oh, I guess she doesn't have a radio on her. Aren't you a fucking cop? You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Shot. I was shot.
Who shot you?
I don't know. Ask.
Ask what?
Ask. Witness.
Witness? There was a witness? Who?
Cold. So cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness?
Witnesses. Siren.
Siren? How can a siren witness anything? You're so fucking stupid, Apollo. Mr. Latouche! Yikes! Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. The concert's been canceled. Backup's on its way. Is Mr. Latouche... He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I lost him. Yeah, I mean, you're not a paramedic, Apollo. You're a fucking lawyer. Romain Latouche. Shot. I heard his last words. The witness is the siren. Whatever that means. So, like, you can't defend whoever's accused in this case, right? Because it's an extreme conflict of interest. You're a witness.
The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good fuck, Darian. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later.
Damn it, Jim, I'm a lawyer, not a doctor.
It's investigation time, then. Ja, Fräulein Detective?
I don't need some rock and rolling prosecutor to tell me that.
One request I must make. Tell no one on staff or otherwise anything of this.
Ooh, a gag order.
No word gets out, other than that Mr. Latouche is dead. No word of the cause of death, nor of the murder. Tell no one.
Oh, tell no one? Not even Lamarar?
Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this here forehead. Yours too, Fräulein.
On that? An investigation request.
Why just us?
You two are civilians. It's standard procedure.
It should be okay to sign, I think.
Also, the fine print says that you have to have sex with me at the time of my choosing.
Information concerning the crime to be restricted to police and related parties. Right, well, let's get started with the investigation. I know, right, MK? To ensure the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning any details of the case.
I'm on it already.
And one tip for you.
Huh? Me?
Try not to get in the Fräulein detective's way. She's in a foul mood today.
Gee, I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses, and now none of us can go home. We'll investigate, all right. Our way.
Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon.
I still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon.
This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case. You're not detectives! He's a lawyer!
I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. The entire game does. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is.
Something the matter?
No, let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Latusse's last words.
The witness is Siren.
First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren.
And now all this shit is examinable again, because Emma's not here no more. What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone.
Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset.
What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Latouche might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards?
I don't think he was wearing one when we first met.
Apollo, you are the stupidest motherfucker ever to roam the earth. I remembered him wearing it, and I didn't even realize it was gonna be a piece of evidence.
The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on.
That's the Blue Badger, the police mascot.
Does the Blue Badger have something to do with the band?
Well, yeah. The Blue Badger is the Governor's mascot, too.
Go figure.
I hear those things fly off the shelves.
I'll have to take a closer look at one someday. Lamarar's dressing room.
The scene of the crime.
We're not supposed to go in there.
But aren't we involved? Aren't we duty-bound to investigate?
Sadly, no. Though the situation being what it is, now may be our best chance to do some snooping.
In case I need to defend someone involved in this. Literally, Garrulous. Gavin is a real fucking square.
That's the Governor's dressing room. Crime scene was Lamarar's dressing room. Next door.
Never know where clues might be hiding, Apollo. Let's case this joint.
After you, Trucy PI.
Ooh, I'll have tea. I'm thirsty, Apollo.
Want something to drink?
How about this one? A Steel Samurai soda.
Now in real steel flavor.
Huh?
Here, my treat.
Hey, this isn't enough change.
The machines outside are cheaper. This one is highway robbery. A concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour.
I love that name. Guilty as charged.
Seems kind of negative to me.
Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trucy presents the Innocent as Charged tour.
It kind of loses its impact, doesn't it?
Bow, bow.
Looks like an instrument case. A big instrument case.
There's a great magic trick you can do with one of these.
What kind?
The miraculous beautiful girl escapes the case illusion.
So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape?
So picky.
Okay, I think I've investigated everything here.
They will just let me walk into Lamarar's dressing room.
July 7th, Governor's dressing room.
Looks like nobody's here.
Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case, too. No rest for the wicked.
No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rockin'. Rock, rock!
No, we don't have any background music for this scene. Why do you ask? A police uniform hangs on the stand here. Ooh, I want to try it on. Nothing to see here. Move along.
It's okay. You don't have to go that far to be special. I mean, you're not exactly the type who's just another face in the crowd.
Really? You think so? I guess you're right.
Now I feel like a meanie for making that insinuation. It's funny that Trucy's in high school, but that never really comes up. Phoenix says like, oh, we'll have to, if we don't have enough money, you'll have to change schools again. But she never has to like go to class. She's never not in her magician outfit. That speaker looks familiar.
Oh?
Yeah, like the one for the PA system back in school.
Oh, we have one of those in my classroom too.
That's right, she's still in
Right, because high school is 16, 17, and 18. And junior high is 13, 14, and 15. So she's a senior in junior high school.
I feel old.
It's so funny. She's Nautico's age, I think.
What's a police recruitment poster doing here? Rock on with the police.
Maybe they're trying to trick kids into thinking the police are some kind of band.
But that's just silly. Who'd name a band the Police?
All right, very good. Very droll.
No clues here.
That guitar! That's the legendary AA400! Hey, what did you do this weekend, Trucy? Oh, I went to the Cop Rock concert with the adult public defender from my dad's defunct law agency. They were both invited. She's his assistant. It's her summer job.
I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic.
Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it.
Ah, the fickleness of youth.
You should dye your hair badger red, too.
I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much.
Ugh, the stubbornness of age.
Those are some pretty heavy-duty gloves. Maybe they have to carry around hot pots or something.
They are a little thick. I couldn't even stuff a pigeon in those.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Look, it's a postcard of Lamarar.
What are those letters at the bottom? I've never seen those before.
It must be her native tongue, Borginian.
Borginian, huh?
Boy, Jenny, do I not know what you're talking about.
Why is that plastic bowl of stew sitting there?
Maybe they use it for interrogating bad guys. Fess up to what you did and we'll let you eat that stew.
That's just mean.
It gets worse. See if the bad guy confesses, they say. Okay, eat it. If you can. See, it's made of plastic. It's like you don't know which ones are the real bad guys.
I think you need to take a deep breath, Trucy.
No, she was right. They're just trying to hoodoo you. Tell them I'm not giving you my DNA. Ooh, a cruiser guitar. They sold those to commemorate 5 years of the band.
Rocking hard under the speed limit.
There's a cruiser bass and a cruiser drum set and a cruiser keyboard. Even a cruiser whistle.
I'm not so sure about that last one.
It's for blowing the whistle on criminals.
I don't think that requires an actual whistle, Trucy.
How the fuck did these guys get so big? They must be detested by literally every other band. They're literal cops.
Someone drew the Gaviner's mark in lipstick here.
I know, right, Garrulous? Lipstick. I'd like to wear lipstick someday. I've never worn makeup, as I am a pure at heart junior high girl.
Oh? You don't use lipstick yet, Trucy?
Daddy won't let me. Not until I learn to play piano, he says.
You'll be waiting a long time then, I'm afraid.
Makeup in general is usually prohibited in Japanese schools for girls, which is crazy and mean.
This place is decorated like a high school dance, though I think our decorations were paper, not chains.
The Gaviners are into chains. It's part of their image.
No kidding.
Ever since they used chains on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up.
They're really into the whole police thing, aren't they?
It'd be cooler if they turned that red light on.
They don't have to turn on the red light.
Backstage hallway. I'm gonna be good and not go into Lamarar's zone. I didn't get it.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it. What do you guys... Everybody's so fucking mad. I didn't get it. Oh, Turn on the Red Light is in a song. Okay. Yeah, it's because I'm uncouth and unaware of the world. That actually makes a lot of sense. July 7th, In the Wings. Nice fucking piano, man. The stage looks empty. Listen to Roxanne by the band The Police. I was hoping to get a chance to talk to Prosecutor Gavin. Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess. I guess. No, we can examine the scene, although it also doesn't have any fucking background music. Wow, that piano looks much bigger close up. Machi played so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Pianist, whatever. Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. She sure does say Daddy. Like, virtually nonstop. July 7th, Lamarar's dressing room. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come, even though we specifically told you not to come in here. You have to let us investigate the scene, please! You're attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Latouche did tell me to ask the witness, the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me. Please, think of poor Lamarar. Okay, well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Here, you can have a snack. Great. Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here, I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. Thank you, RB, I will have a treat. I suspect shenanigans with the speakers. Like those bullet sounds weren't actually coming from this room. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Yeah, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. Made it hard to hear Mr. Latouche's last words. Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. There are 2 here in the wall. From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are 2 holes. Wouldn't that mean 2 misses? The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch, sounds painful. He died in like less than a minute from a bullet through the shoulder? How much fucking blood was he losing? No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon. Ooh, what a pretty brooch. Oh shit, you guys are gonna jump down my throat about this again. I'm sorry, I don't know how to fucking pronounce it. Oh, Emma! You're not going to say, can I have it please, are you? Oh. Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. Oh. It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, tell me. I'm gonna keep saying brooch. Ooh, I think that's our first piece of evidence that we can rotate. Is there any special dialogue for the number back here for this case? There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. Nope. It's the same one. God forbid they should write new dialogue for this. Sort of pin fastener for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type, though. So if it's not a safety pin, is it a danger pin? I suppose if you stuck it in your eye, then yes, sure. But you could do that with a safety pin, too, for that matter. Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin. Aw, you're driving a danger pin through my heart here. Ba-dam, ba-dam. Huh, another ladder. Actually, it's technically a stepladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination.
I'm less worried about the step ladder and more worried about why it's there. Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling? I still say it's a step ladder. They've reversed roles since the last ladder conversation. What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Nothing. It's nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. And that air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. Not if the killer were about your size, Trucy. I didn't do it! I was coming up the dance floor at the time, thank you. I know. Of course I don't think you did it. The dance floor? They have a fucking mosh pit? It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Ooh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know, but still I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right. Whoa, stop it, are you too crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Please grow up. Apollo! Look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV. You know, TVs that size are pretty commonplace in the future where you live, Trucy. Yeah, a wide flat screen TV. I want one of those. They'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in law.
All right, everyone, please to mosh in a sensible and orderly fashion.
Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you?
Don't throw any hands now, that does count as assault, and we will arrest you.
What's this poster? Let's see. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. Looks like a poster for a different show. One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. There's another Gaviner's poster here. Wow, I'm really showing my ass this case, huh? Vis-a-vis not knowing anything about any songs or bands. I'm just about sick of those. I'm just about sick of seeing those, personally. Maybe I'll tear it down. Haha! No tampering with the crime scene, Emma. Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds. Don't look at me! Mana. Oh, hey, Romaine. You're just hanging out there, huh? Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borginian? All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. I was examining makeup, I clicked on a guitar case. What an amazing bouquet. I mean, it's giant. Not sure I approve. It'd be better if this flower was a bit more... Oh. The flower fell off! What happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma? It's fine, I'll just put it back, see? How scientific. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver. That's right, a big .45 caliber revolver. Wow, I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't... Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackoos when it happened. I know, I was there! Nobody here thinks you did it, Emma. Hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right? Revolver added to the court record. This is one of those, things, right? At the barber's? A permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours? No thanks. Better not mess with his hair, Emma. It's part of his identity, you know. Oh, look at this little shoot. Don't even trip, Garrulus. Don't even trip. Look at all these presents. Lamorar sure is popular.
Ooh, I wonder what's inside.
We can't open them, can we?
Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. Could be anything.
I'm never having a birthday party again.
What is this, the stool? That's a body, isn't it? I feel like the tracking on the cursor is a little off. Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look.
Go ahead, Apollo, you first.
Me? No, you should go first, Drizzy, really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Hey, Romaine, how's it going? Poke, poke, poke.
Is that blood?
Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about red stuff than I do.
Yep.
Says who? Something strange about this blood, though. What it looks like? Can't examine the bullet hole, can't examine his face. R-beat, I never trust written messages in these games. They've been faked too many times.
Look, there's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that.
It's barely big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack.
What? I was just saying it's possible.
Right, no harm in that. But I'm pretty sure it's impossible. You could peek through the room. You could peek into the room through it, though, you know. Alright. Let's talk about the victim. Mr. Romain Latouche, wasn't it? He was Lamarar's manager, an interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. Doesn't seem likely, nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Who? Lamarar. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from...
What are you talking about?
Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks.
He's a big man,
Or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We've sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on him. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone.
You do?
That's true, it was us who found the body.
What?
What a cute animation. Huh. I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer was already gone.
What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room?
That window was a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer. What if they're in the room right now? Don't worry about it, RB. I don't think, for whatever reason, I don't think fingerprint dusting is like part of the cop's usual routine in this. It's like a hobby that Emma has. You always carry that around, do ya? Just like Mr. Right. Huh? It's good to never let yourself forget who you are. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work. Come to think of it, why do I carry this around? Well, I suppose that's one compliment it's gotten me. No, just to present it. Sorry. I can't comment on anything not scientifically relevant. I am a forensic scientist, after all. Self-styled one, at least. Okay, nothing for that. Thank you very much. Okay, you have nothing to say about this. What about this? What to say about the brooch? Revolver. So this is the murder weapon? This revolver is incredibly heavy. Don't fucking touch it! It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair, tell us! It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? Alright, let's take a look at it.
The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see?
Revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast.
I guess.
You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? This joke worked a lot better in Japanese.
So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy.
Hi, Locktar.
Ah, hello. Yikes, don't point that thing at me!
Don't worry, I'm an old hand with firearms. I have one that shoots bullets.
I don't want it shooting any bullets, thank you.
But not those bullets, silly. My gun shoots Bullets the Magic Cat.
A cat comes out of a gun?
I can tell by your expression you've never heard of that trick. It's a great one.
Honestly, that one sounds halfway interesting.
Okay, that's all we fucking have for this thing? We can't check it for prints? There's no signature or anything on it to indicate ownership? Yeah, and Emma won't talk about it anymore. Okay. Thanks, Em. See ya. Has the stage perhaps updated in our time away from it? Fuck, it hasn't? That's not fucking good. Is Gavin back in his dressing room? Fuck! Are you shitting me? Okay. I guess I'll examine everything on the stage? Or I missed examining something in the room, but I presented all my evidence to her already. Look at all these electronic devices. Guessing they have something to do with sound.
I guess when we can fiddle. Let's see here.
Don't touch that!
A healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says.
Should require parental testing, clearly.
What a big stage! It's on a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar.
Lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert.
I'd love to do my act on a stage like this someday.
Just hold back on the lights for my eyes' sake, please.
You'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about lights.
You probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing them magic.
Weird number of magicians in Ace Attorney, even before this case, because you had Max Galactica.
Now that's a big instrumental case.
That's a case for a contrabass, I think.
You'd fit 20 violins in there, I bet.
It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument.
You could fit 5 Trucies in there, I bet.
Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument?
I wonder who left it sitting open like that. Are you shitting me? I didn't find anything in there? Is that the fucking ladder?
Look, a ladder. I guess they need one to work on the lights and such.
Why don't they use a step ladder? I prefer step ladders, really.
Is that so wrong? Not wrong, just, well, why do you prefer step ladders?
They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders.
I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. Like, I prefer something else that I'm not going to talk about right now.
Okay, we got fucking jack shit here. Yes, Arbeat, correct. I examined everything out here. Could I have possibly missed something here? I was a little hesitant, searching on the right side of the screen. There was a spot where... What is this?
Trucy's still after that brooch, clearly.
No way. If you want one that bad, get your daddy to buy it for you.
Daddy always says,
Trucy, if you want something, go find or borrow it. Oh, and when in doubt, beg.
Leave it to Mr. Right. I should be concerned about Trucy's future. I'm more concerned about the owner of that brooch.
Really? That's all we got? Nothing on the coats. Like, okay, it shows that this is examinatable, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's just his body. And we already looked at the writing, right? Yes. Is there anything else to examine on this
Apollo, look at this hand.
He's holding something.
Hey, no touching.
You can throw all the snacks at me you'd like, Emma. Sooner or later, you're gonna run out of them.
You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. See there? He's holding something. What's this?
A keyring?
Gorl. It says Gorl. It says G-O-R-L. Gorl. You think it might belong to the killer?
Certainly a possibility. What unusual keyring. What unusual keys. This could be a vital clue.
Keyring added to the court record. Note the heart-shaped ring. Behold, Jenny. Gorl. Weirdly, it's not letting me investigate Gorl, even though it's probably the weirdest key here. And it even says it on both sides. Gorl.
There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped keyring. The middle key is shaped like a guitar?
I get it. It must be the key to a guitar case.
Guitar case key. I'll bet I know who this belongs to.
I mean, it does also have his fucking logo on it. What a hack, wearing all of his own merch. Gorl. All right. I will now present that keyring to Emma. But she doesn't have anything to say about it, but since it is a new piece of evidence, and that is a change in the game state, I bet that now things will be different. Well, not in here. Maybe in the governor's dressing room? No, not in here. Maybe on the stage? Fuck. God damn it. Maybe does she have dialogue about the keychain, even without my having presented it to her? Oh, thank God. What do you think about this revolver? She probably had that ever since I presented the revolver to her.
Well, it's pretty big and heavy.
That's right. It's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy, just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites.
That's not a problem?
There's another thing about a gun this big. It's a lot of strain on the shooter.
Strain?
Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. If you were to fire this revolver. Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too. Yet the killer used this revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting.
Used to shooting a high caliber weapon.
Huh. Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is.
I guess you're right.
I know how you're feeling. It's hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back?
Huh? Oh, actually, we have to...
Great, thanks. Look at that, look at that. The guilty is charged tort. Summer 20XX. It's like fucking Mega Man.
She left.
What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait.
Great. Now how am I supposed to investigate?
Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Oh well, shikata ganai, shoganai, Apollo. Let's go.
Huh? Go.
Time's a wasting, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover. No, we don't. We fucking investigated everything already.
Well, that's true, but... on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine.
Of course it will. Let's go. I'm sure the killer wasn't hiding in this room the entire time because the issue of how they escaped has been raised multiple times already. Yes, Jenny, it will be. Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we?
He's wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly.
Whoever that was, he sure looked suspicious.
July 7th, in the wings.
What is this today? Problem after problem. Achtung. You ain't kidding.
It's the two leading members of the Governors, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool.
I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly.
Huh? What are they arguing about? The headset R-beat it was.
Probably the case, I'd bet.
My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was all that about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Mr. Q? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny?
Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical directions bands are always splitting up over.
This is hardly the time.
What are you two doing here? Hiya.
He's so dreamy.
We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind.
Sorry, wait, you were... what?
Listen, you need to confirm that with your Republic of Virginia, Detective Crescent. Right, anything else?
What did he just call him? Detective?
Ah, greetings. Look at my stupid fucking hair. Darian Crescent, Criminal Affairs Division 3.
Hello?
Criminal affairs? Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Governors, do you?
Something tells me that's about to be remedied. Oh good, you have dialogue. But I don't know that I'm actually going to read it right now, because I've already streamed really late. I think I might just find somebody to raid out into now.
Oh, my mic is so far over.
Do do dee 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 doo doo. I don't know that if I like stream another 10 minutes, I'm gonna find a good drop-off point, so I'm probably just gonna call it. Thank you guys all so much for showing up to watch me stream tonight. I had a lot of fun. What a long-ass video game. It's actually shorter than a lot of the preceding ones. I don't know, it feels long when you're reading all this dialogue nonstop. I do, as ever, especially want to thank those of you who were able to donate. Were MK and Kringus and Maddox Kent. Thank you guys all so much. Can't do this job without you, so I'm very grateful. Big news, in addition to my streaming this game the next time I stream, Monday, a week from today, I'm doing a subathon. This subathon's happening. I teased it earlier. It was originally going to be today. I had to bump it back. But it is happening Monday, September 30th. I'm going to announce it in the Discord and on my social media and everything. So you don't have to commit it to memory right now. But keep that in mind, because that will be happening. Until then, I hope you guys enjoy the rated stream and the rest of your evenings. So take care. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now.